Ladies,
Well, good morning. This is John Doney. I'm director of the Campbell Institute at the National Safety Council, and indeed, welcome to the first ever virtual Campbell Institute Exchange. We're very excited to have you here today. As those of you who know me know, I rarely say no to the opportunity to wear a tie, and I haven't had much of one in the past 6 months. So I'm going to take what I can get, and today felt like an appropriate day to break one out of the closet. My daughter was certainly excited to see that. So I'm glad to see so many folks here, phenomenal turnout for the event. We're excited to welcome over 100 of you, close to 150 actually of you here today, coming in throughout the morning here. And I'm just really going to kick us off very briefly here. I've got just a few remarks. We've got a packed agenda today of wonderful things to share with you. What I think this event goes to show us is whether we're remote or whether we're on the road or whatever our circumstance is, the need to learn and connect with one another, talk to one another, engage with one another is still a driving force. And there's very little you can do to humans to change that. We're excited to offer up the opportunity to facilitate that today. Today's a little unique for a lot of reasons, but one of them is the fact that we're here with a wider number of voices in the room. We've done many of these events in the past for our Campbell Institute member companies, and today we have an opportunity to bring a mix of new folks into that discussion. Speaking of our member companies, just really wanted to briefly introduce them to you here. Many of you are members and know one another, but for those who don't know one another and aren't members of the Institute, you can see from our member list really, a group of cross-industry organizations, best in class, world class in EHS, and they're dedicated to the idea that although they're individually strong, their organizations are strong, and they've done lots of great things. Collectively, this group is stronger, and that's really what today's all about: is sharing that collective knowledge, learning from one another, and continuing that journey of continuous improvement. So as I said, though, today's, a little bit unique. We do have a number of non-members with us, and we've been looking for that opportunity for quite some time. We weren't necessarily thinking we would be doing it for the first time in a virtual setting, but here we are. So we're excited to have those unique perspectives, those new innovations that come from folks who are outside this member group and who may, one day consider becoming a member. But we want to give you the opportunity for the time being to engage with our member companies, learn from them, learn from what they've been doing, share a little bit with them about what you've got that's great, and vice versa. So a really lively exchange, and I hope you're looking forward to that opportunity just as much as I am. So as I mentioned, we have a really full agenda, so just a little bit of brief commentary to kind of prep you for what's to come, and others are going to fill in some of that detail as we go here. But today you can really expect some fairly brief, thought-provoking presentations from our member companies, sort of conversation starters, framing the issues we'd like to discuss. But then we're really going to go into breakout sessions, and that's what we typically do is go into roundtable discussion, share what we're doing. We have some guided, facilitated discussion. We've got a number of great facilitators who are going to help you all through that, and I know Catherine will talk a little bit more with you about that later today. That pattern is just going to continue. We're going to do a brief discussion followed by a breakout, and then we'll repeat. And then at the end of the day, though, we've got a really nice treat for you. We've got a great keynote speaker speaking on resiliency in the time of COVID, and kind of a really engaging speaker. Some of you may have seen him before, Keith Mercurio. If you have, I promise you'll find some nuggets even more relevant in our current situation than you may have heard from Keith in the past. If you haven't heard from Keith or heard him speak, you're in for a really unique experience, and prepare to honestly be wowed and be as engaged as you possibly can be in a virtual platform. Gotten a little bit of a preview of what Keith plans to share, and it's going to be phenomenal. So really looking forward to that at the end of the afternoon. Of course, throughout the day, the focus is really going to be on networking and learning. We've got a great opportunity for you to do that. And I'm going to let our next speaker really share her perspective on the importance of that and some of the things we've been working through as an organization as we enable those kinds of opportunities. So with that, I just want to wish you a fantastic experience today. And I'd like to introduce Lorraine Martin. So if I may, Lorraine Martin is the president and CEO of the National Safety Council, a nonprofit founded in 1913 to save lives through injury prevention. At NSC, she oversees efforts to educate, train, and advocate for safe behaviors so people can live their fullest lives. Lorraine began her aerospace career as an officer in the U.S. Air Force and went on to Lockheed Martin, where she led programs to develop and manufacture complex systems and aircraft, such as the F-35 Lightning II stealth fighter. Throughout her 35-year career, she has made safety a core value. Please allow me to introduce Maureen Martin.
Well, thank you, John, and to everyone joining us here today. Welcome to Campbell's first, though certainly not the last virtual event that we'll be having. You have some great topics for discussion today, as John just highlighted, and I'm sure there'll be some really important learnings that will result, so thank you for being here. It's impossible to ignore, though, how drastically the world around us has changed. And I bet many of us are experiencing something that you might consider to be sort of this existential whiplash of being able to navigate everything that's going on these days. But despite all that uncertainty and the challenges we've faced, it's clear that safety is really the single most important thing that will help us get back on our feet, enable us to move around freely, and to do the things that we yearn to do as humans and as communities around this world. In short, to be able to live our fullest lives. And your role clearly in all of this and that process cannot be overstated. During this time, EHS leaders have been front and center, and they've been asked to lead in ways that we couldn't have imagined just months ago. Your tireless efforts and generous insights inspired the creation of something called SAFER, a SAFER task force, and we're going to talk a little bit about that today. This endeavor led us to develop recommendations and resources to help countless organizations navigate the challenge of returning employees to traditional work environments. But you've also helped us address remote work and how to do that safely. This is no small feat during the best of times. In the absence, though, of uniform guidance, which truly that has been a challenge, you've helped us fill that crucial gap for business leaders during a global pandemic. You supported employees through the changes of how and where work is going to be done, and you helped employers align work safety with business objectives, ensuring that people feel safe returning to traditional work environments whenever possible. First and foremost, I want to thank you for being there for those that you serve and seeing us through this very current and demanding crisis. It hasn't been easy, and in some ways, truly, we're just getting started. Even before COVID, that dividing line that we talk about between on the job and off the job safety was really fading. And now our definition of normal, all the mundane things that we once took for granted, has kind of completely been altered. We have come to recognize that safety is deeply interconnected with every aspect of our national response. And if we don't get this right, then recovery will remain painfully out of reach. I know each of your organizations is considering how to protect not only your businesses, but also the health and well-being of those in all of our lives. While we're typically focused on the risks of the physical environment, the truth is we can truly not be safe until we actually feel safe. And that has come to light in so many different ways, but just a few. Consider students and educators who are unable right now to return to their classroom this week and the stress that that brings, or those that are returning and navigating the complexity of keeping everyone safe. Also consider the heightened awareness around racial injustice and inclusion and the renewed calls that we all have for equity throughout all of our communities. Looking out for people is more complex than it's ever been, and mental health challenges have been at the top of the list of the concerns of the NSC membership. This is new for us and really important for us all to pause as safety experts and get an understanding of. It is critical that we address these topics head on, and we look forward to the discussions around inclusion, equity, and diversity, around resilience, as John just said, and around demonstrating leadership in these ever-changing dynamics. All of these systemic challenges are going to be part of our new normal, well beyond this current crisis. So we must continue to collaborate and support each other over the months ahead, from the workplace to any place. If this year has proved anything, it's that no one can predict the future, but we can be prepared. We know the future will bring redesigned work environments, more remote work, and streamlined use of office spaces. We also know that technology will play an important role in reducing virus transmission, aiding with contact tracing, and enhancing safety beyond the pandemic. It will truly enable us to do work in ways that we never imagined possible. Millions of Americans working remotely today may never return to a traditional office setting, or if they do so, it will be in a reduced capacity. This in and of itself is going to raise questions around significant long-term safety concerns such as ergonomics and mental health, in addition to our overall operational footprints. Some of the ideas around how we can future-proof our workplaces will require us to think deeply about the direction we need to head as a safety community. The nature of work and being safe at work is changing, and we will need to adapt and evolve right alongside. The pandemic and the resulting safety crisis did not come with a roadmap, and none of us are doing this alone. And we will learn together along the way. So please continue to be open and candid about the struggles you're facing, the promising innovations that you're seeing, and continue the conversation throughout our community portal, which is really kind of cool if you haven't checked it out yet, on the Exchange platform itself, and of course through future events that we are likely to schedule here over the next months and years. At every step, your knowledge and passion will be a driving force for the future of work and what it will become, balancing not only established workplace risks that we've lived with for years and decades, but also the emerging safety issues that we now understand. Your open and candid insights will lead to best practices that will enable so many other organizations to make better decisions, invest in methods and technologies, and keep people safe to make a greater impact in the world. As Maya Angelou once said, do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. We are all in this together to do better, to help people live their fullest lives. Thank you for being part of this shared commitment and this crucial mission that we all are passionate about. While the environment isn't what we're all used to, remember that you're surrounded by the best and brightest in the world here at Campbell. Use your time wisely today and tomorrow. Have a great exchange, and thank you. With that, it is now my pleasure to thank our event sponsor, AES. And speaking on behalf of AES is Evaristo Lonardi. Evaristo is the VP of Global Operations Support and leads the Global Operations Support team in Arlington, Virginia, which includes global functions of environmental health and safety, security, global supply chain, fuel supply, asset management, and performance, sustainability, and environmental affairs. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Lauren, and good morning, everyone. I'm so honored and excited to speak on this first ever virtual event being hosted by Campbell Institute on behalf of AES. I cannot believe that it's been already 6 months since everyone started taking and making extraordinary steps, including going virtual and digital in some cases, fundamentally changing the way we work. The COVID, like Lauren was saying, the COVID-19 pandemic led us to totally uncharted territory. So it has pushed the envelope for us to change and accelerate most of the strategic things that we are doing and dealing inside our operations. We have learned how to ramp up technology and use digital to continue to achieve superior results. I'm very, very glad that we have today and tomorrow the opportunity to share best practices and learnings and things that we have never seen before. So I'm extraordinary honored to be in this exchange, and this exchange of knowledge is phenomenal. I see in the agenda many terrific topics and discussion items related to technology and digital. So I'm very pleased to inform that digitalization is also one of our core strategy in AES. As a global electric company, we operate in 14 countries with over 25,000 people and contractors who work with one of the most dangerous and lethal hazards that is out there, which is electricity. We at AES believe that the future depends on EHS and how quickly we transform and adapt to new technologies. There is definitely no doubt there's a technology revolution underway in the EHS field, but also in the operational field to work safer and better. So things like machine learning, artificial intelligence, wearables, drones, unmanned vehicles, are already a reality in AES. With the help of these tools and equipment, we have been able to eliminate a lot of exposure, human exposure, to dangerous tasks like deep diving, tree trimming near high voltage lines, inspection in congested and confined spaces, and many others. In AES, we are undergoing a deep transformation in the way that we work and we use our EHS information management system. So not only to improve the logs and what is going on out there in the field in a real time, but to be more proactive towards mitigating risks. So I'm very happy to see that we already have adopted new technologies and new applications that help us out having a much better performance in safety and environmental throughout this last year. So not only we are improving our safety and environmental management system, but we're also connecting root cause analysis software and permit to work software that works with the operations to keep our people safe. We're extremely proud to have that ecosystem of tools connected and with extraordinary visibility so we can keep improving our safety performance. So the future is smart safety. So please feel free to reach out to AES and our experts and internally in our company to share, and we'll be happy to share our journey and where we at and in all these endeavors. I will not hold you any further for this exchange and its exciting exchange and through all the ideas that we're about to hear. But I just want to congratulate and thank the Campbell Institute once again for putting this together. And I wish you a very successful rest of the 2 days. And thank you so much, Lauren, and all the Campbell Institute members to be part of this event. Thank you so much.
Well, Evaristo, thank you so much for your kind words. And of course, thank you to AES for being the event sponsor today. I'm sure for some of you, this is a familiar face, but if I'm not, I will be because I am your event moderator. My name, I guess, is Catherine Mendoza. I have been with the council for 8 years, all with the Campbell Institute, and I am currently the senior program manager for the Campbell Institute. Most recently, I am also taking on the role of the EHS manager for the National Safety Council, so also managing all of those internal EHS things, and I'm sure that you can understand at this time, especially with COVID, that has been quite a lot of my time spent recently. But as your event moderator today, my job is to make sure everybody kind of understands what we're doing, what the lay of the land is, what the process is that we're going to be going through. So I'm going to get started with just that. So first thing to know is this is a live event. So this event is a single stream and we will not stop. So the important aspect of that is if you need to step away, the event will keep going. But not to worry if you miss anything. You will be receiving a recording of the event, and therefore you can check back later on and see what content you missed. You should have, if you registered by a certain date, you should have received a gift box. And if you have not already, you will be getting one. In that gift box is a couple mementos from the event, a water bottle and things like that. You'll also have a deck of cards. We'll get back to those later. We'll understand what those are about. And you'll also see, of course, a little tub of Play-Doh. If you've ever been to a Campbell event before, you know what that's for. That's to keep your fingers busy as you listen to the presentations. We typically call them fidget toys or fidget baskets, but that's for you to keep your mind on things as the short presentations are going on. But perhaps the most important aspect is there was a card in that box that provides you some best practices during your experience. In general, we ask that you stay engaged as an active listener. You avoid distractions like your cell phone, so definitely put your cell phones on mute if you haven't already. and perhaps even mute your Outlook so that emails aren't dinging in as you're participating. Also, we suggest to use some headphones and unmute your camera especially when you're in those breakout rooms. So when we're all together like we are now, we certainly encourage you to stay in speaker view. You'll be able to change that in the upper right-hand box or upper right-hand area of Zoom. There's a little box that will say either speaker view or gallery view. We encourage you in this situation to be in speaker view. But when you get into those breakout rooms, we encourage you to go into the gallery view so you can see everybody that is also interacting with you. Another best practice, eliminate background distractions. I think we know from other Zoom calls or other conferences that as people see things happening behind you and whatnot, it could be a distraction to the point of the process of what we're doing. So make sure to eliminate those if you can. And also make sure to take notes, challenge yourself, stay engaged. And that's what this event is really all about. So another couple things that you'll need to know throughout the process is there's a chat function, and also we'll be interacting with some polls. So for the chat function, you'll see it at the bottom of your screen. I see a couple people that are still trying it out and everything and putting chats in. Because this is a single stream event, that chat will be live all day and it'll all be captured. So as you have questions, you can definitely put them in there and we can address them later. And also there's a feature where you can direct message people. So you can, instead of sending a message to everyone, you can click another user to send a direct message. And that's a great way for everybody to stay connected, network, and create, ongoing conversations from this event. Between the sessions, we are going to take a short break between each of the presentation sessions. During that short break, we will put up a poll. It'll just kind of pop up on your screen. And we definitely encourage you to interact with those polls, answer those questions. And when we come back from the breaks, we'll be addressing those, and those will roll right into the next presentations. So as I mentioned a little bit before, but after each presentation, we are going to go into small breakout rooms. So you will hear about a 15-minute presentation from a speaker. We will then be broken up into smaller groups called breakout rooms. This is done automatically, so you don't need to do anything. But just a word of caution, you will need to give it a few seconds to get everybody situated. We'll have facilitators that will lead each of the rooms, and the facilitators do know when to start the conversation once we kind of get everybody sorted out. These breakout sessions will change up throughout the day, so you won't be with the same group every time. And those facilitators, like I said, will encourage you to to turn your camera on if it's not already, to go into gallery view so you can see everything, and of course be prepared to participate. That's the point of these small group discussions. We want to encourage the engagement and encourage sharing amongst everyone. So with that, I know that was a lot of information, but as my job as moderator, I will make sure to give you some tips throughout the time and remind you of things throughout the event. But with that, without any further ado, I think we should get into our first presentation. And that presentation is on EHS and business integration. So Parsons Corporation, as the Campbell Award winner, understands the importance of unifying EHS efforts and business operations. The presentation will detail how their organization ensures that EHS is essential to all business activities. And giving that presentation today will be Stephen Schoolcraft. After graduating from Texas A&M University, Stephen started his career as a rocket scientist with NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. As if working on the orbiter Endeavour wasn't sexy enough, Stephen transferred to NASA's Safety and Security Division. He now serves as Parsons Corporate Vice President of Safety, Health, and Environment, and gets to travel among cultures, coaching and demonstrating how Parsons' world-class performance is caused by living their SH&E core values on all projects everywhere. Stephen has other academic degrees, and he is a licensed professional engineer in several states, a program management professional, and of course, a certified safety professional. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen.
Thank you, Catherine. I assume I can be heard. And
Yes, sir.
Let me just start by saying, and I can sort of echo what Lorraine said, and even John. Who'd have thought in November of last year that we would all become experts as social creatures that we are, that we would become experts with the term social distancing, or an expert in the term contact tracing. And I heard a new one the other day. Now I'm an expert in virtual in-person meetings. Who'd have thought back in November this would be the case? We are here right now, all of us, wherever we are. We're here because we have goods and services to deploy. We have a mission to accomplish. And to effectively accomplish that mission, we have to continue to be awesome in spite of all of these things going on worldwide. And this awesomeness isn't just related to the provisioning of goods and services. It's ensuring our employees are awesome, that their families are, that our communities are. We have a responsibility, and we're here because we accept that responsibility. And even in spite of these new risks, whether it's the pandemic risk or the social injustice, the civil unrest that we're seeing in certain places around the world, this is part of who we are. We manage risk. We integrate this risk so that we can be awesome. And that's what drew me to Parsons about 10 years ago, was this commitment from the very top to the newest employee that this awesomeness is an expectation. It's an employment requirement. It's what we expect out of our employees, our leaders. It's what we expect at home, and it's what we expect when we give back to our communities. And the pandemic, the civil unrest, it doesn't change our awesomeness. And as we go through the things here in just a minute, I also want to point out that these are risks that we have to handle. They're not going to, the world's not going to change because we want it to. We have to ensure that we adapt. And so as we go through this wheel, which if you wouldn't mind, go to the next slide. As we go through this wheel here, I wish I had the time to go through each of these in the detail that maybe many of you would like. And I hope you'll reach out to me later. You can get me on LinkedIn, if not through the Campbell Institute itself. But Parsons integration there's this wheel here, and then there's a way bigger wheel, which is our philosophy. And we'll go through a little bit of that. And I want you to also think, as we go through each of these wheel segments, that for each one, there's a planning and a doing. And there's an insurance. There is this validation that we're getting what we expect. And then there is this, if we're not getting what we expect, then what do we need to do to not only get what we expect, but even get more? That's called Plan, Do, Check, Act. And within each of these segments is this broader philosophy. And it goes beyond EH&S, or we actually call it in Parsons SH&E, same three words. This broader philosophy of we plan it, we do it like we planned it, we check to ensure, we verify, we validate that we're getting what we expect, and then we take action to even get more than we expect, similar to that Maya Angelou quote that Lorraine said. What do we have to do to make sure that COVID-19, civil unrest, social injustice, these things are integrated into our fabric? And that's where we're going to go. So let's start with the top of the wheel. If you wouldn't mind, move to where we're just going to highlight each one of these segments, and then we'll be done. And there is an order to this, though it's intentionally not designed to be sequential. The top does not lead to the next, but they're all connected. They're connected with the hub of the wheel, this integration component, with the broader philosophy of Plan, Do, Check, Act. But it does start with a core value, and EH&S is a core value in Parsons. But it's not just a core value that we have on our webpage, that we put on our advertisements and our marketing brochures and in our proposals. It has to be something that truly is lived and is pushed down so that every employee knows these values actually structure how we make decisions. So to do that, you got to measure things. You've got to find the right things to measure. And we have to know that we are, in fact, living our core value. So the first part of integrating EH&S into everything is the core value something that is lived? Is it really meaningful? Or is it a core value that is stated but not demonstrated? So I want to just sort of stop and reflect on the value of the core value. Without this fundamental thinking that the newest employee understands, if you have acquisitions, that during the integration process of a new acquisition, this core value is dug in. Without that, the whole rest of the wheel goes flat. And it starts with the board of directors and the CEO and the executive leadership team. So let's highlight the next segment of the wheel. And there is an order, but it's sort of loose. The next segment is demonstrated executive commitment. So you've written it down. The CEO, the board of directors, they have it written into the policies and into the orientation. But how do you plan and do demonstrated executive commitment? Well, it has to be planned. It's not something that you sort of spur of the moment. It has to be something where the people see that this is real, and I'm going to put my resources, I'm going to put the company's resources with where I'm saying. Demonstrated executive commitment is more than just the talk. It's more than just the CEO doing videos, which are meaningful, but it's more than just the CEO and the COO and the executive leaders sending out emails, and it's participating, it's spending time and getting better. When something bad happens, why did it happen? And an executive is in there, wanting to know what the executive needs to do to ensure that this systematically does not happen. It's funding the right answers, the right things. Demonstrated executive commitment. That has to be planned, it has to be validated, measured, checked. Are we getting the right kind of commitment? Again, the bigger philosophy: plan, do, check, act. Demonstrated executive commitment to our core values. Let's go to the next one. The next piece of the wheel is the management system. And again, there is sort of a method to this, but they're not connected, they're not serial. If we don't have some process, something that we can rely on to reliably measure, demonstrate, if we don't have some process, we're not going to be able to reliably deploy our core value everywhere. Parsons is a global company. We have upwards of 17,000 people scattered about the world. And it would be impossible for us to demonstrate our core value if we didn't have a management system that is designed around all these features that we see on this wheel. What does that mean? What is a management system? There's a lot of, controversy is not the right word. There's a lot of discussion, and there should be, what a management system is. Well, a management system is not a philosophy. A management system is the do part. It's the policies and the procedures. It's the forms and the checklists. It's the meetings that have to occur and the collaboration that you require and then document or demonstrate so that you can verify that your system is working. It's all of the pieces that show, that cause the do. When Catherine was introducing me, which I appreciate, Catherine, thank you, she mentioned that Parsons causes the kind of performance that we want. Our performance is pretty good. It's our management system which is the tool that we use to cause excellence. And it's embedded in everything. From the business development perspective, through startup and operations, we're sort of a project-driven company, so that life cycle, that project life cycle is meaningful, but it's not limited to that because our management system is embedded in our offices, such as they are. There has been a big change, like Lorraine mentioned. But our management system, it's worked into everything. it requires certain gates to be passed. It requires certain actions to occur. And one of those actions, we can go on to the next one, which is the risk register. One of those important components to our management system is doing any kind of analysis. Even the business development process requires some kind of analysis. What are we getting into? What are the risks we have to handle? What are we going to have to do to effectively compete so that our core value is demonstrated, that we're funding, that we're resourcing the management of these EHS risks? How do we build that into our business development process? Risk register is a tool. So that tool is sort of representative of all the other tools that drive or that cause what we want embedded within our management system. This is something, there's no way that in the 8 minutes that I have left, there's no way that we could talk about all the different tools. Everyone on this call is sophisticated, has a mature EHS system of some kind. What I want to challenge you, before we go up the wheel in just a second, what I want to challenge you on is, are the tools that you have in your management system, do they still fall within your plan, do, check, act? Are you validating that your tools are meaningful, that you've designed them, that they're actually giving you what you want? I'll give you an example of a tool sort of related to a risk register that we find is not very valuable. And that's checklists for very common things that occur. What happens? Well, people wind up concentrating on the checklist and not on the risk part. There's a military term that's used, especially in North America. I know it's used in the Canadian military. It's called pencil whipping. You know what I'm talking about. You have to validate that your management system features are actually giving you the desired performance that you want. So plan, do, check, act fits into every one of these. Have you planned this aspect of your integration? And do you verify that it's working? And if not, how do you get where you want to go, if not actually get better? So the risk register segment of our wheel is representative of all of the tools, but understanding the risks and knowing how you're going to accommodate those risks, that's important. And that's a feature of Parsons EHS integration, is the development of a risk register. And we're now getting even more sophisticated. Certainly we're not perfect, and we'll be the first to tell you. But we're integrating our safety, our EHS risk register, into other aspects of risk, such as financial risk. It's becoming truly integrated beyond just EHS. It's becoming a more general risk register, which gives us a clue with how we have planned to deal with it downstream. Which leads us to the next part of the wheel, planning and implementation. So we've got this awesome management system. Each of us here has an awesome management system, a good philosophy, a mature and meaningful executive leadership team. Are we actually planning how we're going to do the work, the actual work itself, whatever that work is, whether it's a construction project where you have to plan everything in excruciating detail, or what about just moving people out of an office? How about moving people back into an office because of COVID-19? We have to get back to work. And developing the process when we have this new risk, if it's not integrated, then you just bolt it on. If a risk takes you by surprise and you put up something separate to handle that specific risk and you haven't integrated it into your process, that's reactionary. Now, I'll tell you, Parsons was caught flat-footed, probably like near everyone on this call, with this COVID-19, with this pandemic. That's kind of why I started out with who'd have thought back in November. But we've integrated now. Infection prevention and control is now part of our process. It is built into some of our office safety, actually built into all of our office safety. And we had to plan for that. It had to be something that we didn't just bolt something on, but we had to embed it into the fabric of our operations. And this is the process we used. We went through this same process that you're seeing here for the identification and handling of a new risk, that is infection control related to COVID-19. Let's go up the wheel a little bit more to worker engagement. If we don't have the workers involved, if we're not collaborating with the people doing the work, if you haven't planned on how your employees, your workers, even their families, depending on the situation, if you haven't planned for that, then you've missed one of the best risk management processes there is. An integrated EHS philosophy lives and dies on the part of its workers. It has to be planned. Workers want to be engaged. In fact, sometimes it comes as a surprise that you're asking them to collaborate. It shouldn't. It should be part of the fabric. In Parsons, it is part of our fabric. This is probably like a lot of us here. This is an area we can stand to do better, because you've got cultural issues. In the Middle East, it's a little different to get third country nationals involved in their own safety, in how to manage risk. It's just a culturally unusual thing to do. But yet, we have to figure out how to do that. We have to figure out how to communicate effectively so that workers know this is not just, well, a pencil whipping exercise to get their engagement, but we have to know what they think. But it has to be planned. It's one thing to go onto a job site and just engage with a worker and ask them what they think. That's good and necessary. But it's another thing when your risk management controls are based on what your workers know, what they think. You get technical professionals involved to ensure that other things that the workers may not have realized are controlled. Maybe some compliance issues or best practices that need to be brought in. But if the workers aren't planned to be part of what you want, your system is not going to get where you want it to go. You certainly aren't going to get better. As we sneak up on the end, executive review and accountability. So we started with the core value and the need that we want to measure how well we demonstrate that. And you can move to that next highlighted area of executive review and accountability. We started with the core value has to have metrics. All of these, you have to have something that you're showing that you have gotten what you want, that you're getting the expected performance out of it. And the executives have to know that their organization is performing the way they planned it to perform back at the top. And so how do you do that? How do you plan, how do you design systems, review systems, where the executives themselves are accountable? That's hard to do. But yet, if you've got executives that are engaged and interested in what they're doing, they're demonstrating commitment, you can develop metrics such as executive engagement metrics, how well executives are actually spending time with their employees. It used to be one-on-one. Now I'm not sure what that means anymore when here I am sitting in my office talking to you, sitting in your offices scattered around the world. But yet there is still this need for executives to review their performance and be accountable for it. And we can measure that. It has to be planned. It has to be built in. And there are leading metrics that can actually identify how our executives are doing. And we should be able to speak openly and honestly. We call it frank and open conversations in Parsons, when executives need to step it up. And we have those conversations all the time. It has to be part of the process. Safety, the safety team, the safety function, of course, does not own safety. Safety is not the responsibility of the awesome professionals that are in the safety team. Ultimately, the CEO and the board of directors are accountable. It's our job, it's my team's job, to let them know how their organization is performing, how they are doing in actually demonstrating and living our EHS core value. So, Catherine, I think I did what I was supposed to do. About 9:45 is when I was supposed to end. So I encourage everyone. This is a wheel. I don't know if people are allowed to get slides. There's nothing secret here. I hope you have it, and I hope you would be willing to to share your own thoughts or ask me questions. We can go to the last slide, which has a little bit of my contact information on it. And by all means, connect with me on LinkedIn if you'd like. Get a hold of me through the Campbell Institute. I actually can't see the slide very well just because of the way things are set up here in my studio. I don't remember if I put my email address on there or not, but if not, you certainly can get a hold of me through the Campbell Institute or connect with me on LinkedIn. I want to be able to exchange what we've learned, and I certainly want to learn what others have learned before us. The integration of EHS into the business is an essential piece, and it has to be planned, and we have to validate that it's going the way we want and then get better at it. That's all I have. Catherine?
Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate it, and certainly a job well done on our first presentation for Exchange. So with that, we're going to go into our first breakout session. So it'll be about 15 minutes. Like I mentioned in the beginning, it might take a few moments for them to kind of distribute everyone out in equal groups. But like I said, your facilitator in each of your rooms should know when to start and get the conversation going. I'll also mention just briefly to remind everybody to go into gallery view and turn on your cameras so you can have a very nice and engaging discussion with your breakout groups. So with that, I'm going to turn it to the team. Let's go into breakout. Well, hi everybody, and welcome back from the breakout rooms. I've been seeing a couple notes in the chat that everything seemed to go really well, and I will say the same for my breakout room as well. And we had great conversation, so much so we didn't get to the third question. But with that, we're going to take a event break for about 10 minutes before everybody walks away. Just a couple of things for a reminder. You can leave the event active. We're just going to kind of close off the presentation here, so you don't have to leave the meeting. You can stay right here. If you do end up leaving the meeting, you can go back into our event platform on the website and just click the link, and you'll be automatically brought back into this room. Also, a reminder that there will be a poll that will pop up on the screen a couple of seconds into the break. Definitely as you take a break, use the restroom, stretch your legs, that sort of thing. As you come back, go ahead and answer that poll, and that'll be a great kickoff for our next presentation. So with that, one more thank you to Stephen, very much so, for his presentation, and thank you for everyone else for those very engaging breakout rooms. We will see you back in about 10 minutes.
I can unmute.
Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. So as I saw, as I think all of you saw as well, there should have been a poll that popped up. And so we'll take a few minutes to review what those results are. As we're waiting for them to pop back up on the screen, this might have been a tell for some of you that our next session will be on COVID-19 contact tracing. So you can see on the screen, we're actually even split between two of the answers. Gathering information, the organization gathering contact tracing information if an employee reports symptoms of COVID, as well as they gather information after an employee has tested positive. So I think this presentation will be fantastic for all of you because we'll be hearing from an organization that is being proactive about their contact tracing information and methodologies. So for contact tracing technology specifically, as we all know during this global pandemic, companies are innovating at new speeds. They simply have to. And this presentation, as I mentioned, from the Mosaic company, will detail a homegrown contact tracing app as well as some other solutions that have proven to be a very simple solution to this very complicated situation. The presentation will be given today by Renee Price. Renee is the EHS Director for Corporate Strategy and Communications for the Mosaic Company. She has a bachelor's in mining engineering from Michigan Technology University and an MBA from the University of South Florida. Renee began her career in Central Florida phosphate mining operations, and over a 20-year career has added salt and potash mining experience. She transitioned into environment, health, and safety in 2018 with Mosaic, bringing an operational perspective to strategy and program development and EHS. So without further ado, Renee, take it away.
Well, thank you. And thank you to the Campbell Institute for allowing us to share our contract tracing technology with you today. Just to give you a little background, Mosaic is a company that produces both phosphate and potash. Next slide, please. We're located all over North America, South America, with operations scattered throughout the remaining part of the globe. At this time, next slide, we have currently a little bit over 12,000 employees. I would say about half of these employees are based in South America and the remaining on North America. We've been in operation for decades, but really we've been a company since 2004. Next slide. You'll notice here from a map, just to give you an idea when we talk contact tracing, that our operations, in particular in Central Florida, parts of the Midwest, and of course Brazil, have been definite hot spots in the globe. And so this has been an intense topic for us in making sure that we're proactive and on top of it, as we have areas that employees have lived in that have had significant cases throughout their communities. Next slide. So the two technologies I'm going to talk about today, the first is a contact tracing app. We have a facility based on the Port of Tampa in Riverview. It has over 400 employees, and we did develop an in-house app using Microsoft Power Apps. And so we'll be taking a look at that. The second technology is some wearable devices. One of our largest facilities located in Central Florida, our New Wales location, every year, like most of our locations, has a major turnaround. During this turnaround, we bring in contractors from all over North America, and in some cases, specialty contractors from elsewhere in the world. And of course, they're interacting not only with their own employees, but with other contractors. And we purchased some wearable devices to try and help on our contact tracing as all these people descend into one location at a time. Next slide. So maybe one thing to note, and to back up just a minute on the COVID front, is that Mosaic during this time period has been an essential business. Because we're so closely linked to the agriculture and food supply chain, we were able to continue running during COVID. We did, of course, like many businesses, pull all non-essential employees from the workplace. We asked them to work at home, and this was really due to protecting our operations employees who were continuing to run our plants and mines around the globe. Through this, the EHS team has actually been the leader in leading our pandemic response. So it is comprised of leaders in the EHS, but we've also taken a cross-functional approach, and we have additional groups participating on the twice-a-week calls, and that included HR, public affairs, medical or legal team, and of course operations, just to make sure that when we rolled something out, we were consistent in our communication and everyone was on board with our tactics. Next slide. So as far as contact tracing goes, the intent of the pandemic team was really to set some guidelines for each location. Our first thought was one, we wanted to take a proactive approach. Early on, we had a few instances where we attempted to contact trace looking back, and it was quite difficult for someone to jog their memory and think, who did I come in contact with 13 days ago, and what does that look like? So the thought was, let's have a daily record. Let's take 5 minutes at the end of every day, write down who you came in contact with and what that looks like. Let's also try to encourage that whatever that information, however that's captured, that we actually have it accessible not only to the medical staff, but human resources in a quick way. That way, should a case come about at one of our sites, they can go back and find the people that need to be quarantined. The sites on their point could also, though, determine who managed the process and what method of record keeping they used. Next slide. So for our first app that was developed at our Riverview facility, as I mentioned, this is a site of about 400 employees. It's also, as far as Mosaic goes, a pilot site for us in the technology world. This location, we've actually issued smart devices to every employee on site. So that includes both everyone from operators, maintenance staff, supervisors, planners, you name it, they have a smartphone. So one of the engineers at the location used Microsoft Power Apps to develop a nice, simple, paperless process for capturing who you came in contact with the day. It really captured everything from close contact, so what we consider greater than 15 minutes within 6 feet, direct contact, so someone you may have been sharing an immediate workspace with or working with on a job throughout the day, but then also people you just worked around. So maybe you passed a few people in the hall or saw people throughout the day. You also had an opportunity to capture this. And of course, it also had a feature for what we call people leaders or supervisors to go in and make sure you were filling out your app on a daily basis. All the data for us has been shared or has been stored in a nice SharePoint folder. And the other nice thing about this from a record management standpoint is all records auto-delete after 21 days. So there's no need to keep the paper copies or keep information that is outdated. So with that, we have a short little video we'll show just highlighting some of the basic features of this simple app.
This is a demo of an app we could use for contact tracing. So once the app's been installed, you can open it from your home screen and it opens it in Power Apps. And the home screen of the app shows you your different contacts entries. If you want to add a new one for the day, you can tap the plus sign at the top. Then you fill out the fields, select the date, and then you're able to search for different people you've come into contact with, and it searches by last name or first name just like Outlook. You can go ahead and leave that check mark marked as no if you're going to come back and edit throughout the day, and hit the check mark at the top. This shows you the entry you just made. As the day goes by and you come into contact with other people, you can go back into the entry and tap the pencil icon and add different people that you've come into contact with. Then at the end of the shift, you can change the radio button at the bottom to yes to show that you've completed your entry for the day and save it. And one of the other features that's in the app is if you're a people leader, you'll see the icon on the blue bar at the top that looks like 2 people. And if you tap that, it will actually show you the entries that anyone reporting to you has made. So you're able to look at the entries they've made and the people they've come into contact with. And so this is a quick way for supervisors and people leaders to be able to audit that their teams are making these entries every day.
Next slide. So that's just a quick overview of an app created in-house using Microsoft Power Apps for our employees. The next thing we really focused on was contractor management. When COVID first came into place and non-essential employees were sent home, like many companies, we postponed some of our major turnarounds during the spring and early summer. Of course, by late fall and the timing we're looking at right now, late summer, we really needed to prepare and hold some of these turnarounds to do our maintenance on key equipment at some of our locations. And of course, contractors are coming to our site from all over, both small and large groups. And not only are they interacting with each other, but they're also interacting with Mosaic employees. And how all of a sudden do we contact trace for a group that has surged, in some cases double or triple from the normal site size. Next slide. So one of the technologies we found on the market right now is a wearable device. So this is a purchased off-the-shelf package. We selected a device from AristaFlow. It is a Bluetooth low energy device. The nice thing about this is it comes in many forms, but you can wear it as a wristband similar to a watch. You have the option to attach it to similar to like your car keys and stick it in your pocket. Of course, also to wear as a lanyard, depending upon where you're going. So the benefit of something like this during current times is that it's easy to sanitize and keep clean. The thought is that you would assign one of these to each person at your site and they would wear it for the duration of the turnaround. Next slide. Some of the benefits from this device is it really helps with our social distancing and contact tracing. It is not a location monitor, so it is not monitoring where a person goes throughout the day. It is actually detecting the proximity of this device to other devices. And it can actually log over 100 contacts throughout a shift. Most of our contractors during turnarounds are working 10 to 12-hour days. So a pretty long environment in that sense. We did have to purchase, in association with the wearable devices, several gateways. And what that is data capture devices that we would install throughout our facility. As a person would walk by these gateways throughout their day, the information would be pulled to the gateway from the wearable device and captured and brought back into the database. The other thing is that this really automated our contact tracing and dashboards and reporting. So back on a web-based computer, we had some nice dashboards showing how many people have come in close contact, how many people have gotten warnings go off, and so it's very nice. So as you're wearing this device on your wrist or around a lanyard, if I were to come in contact with someone near me or come within, for us, say an 8-foot range, I might get a warning light saying you're getting close. If I come within 6 feet and I'm close to them for greater than 15 minutes, they would then capture that data as a close contact in our system and we would have a record of it. The nice part there is, right, when you're a contractor or even an employee, you may not know some of these specialty crews and their names when they come on site. So it's another way to capture information. Next slide. This is just an example of some of the dashboards and data we can capture from the system. On the bottom right is the dashboard that we would see in control rooms or supervisor offices, showing how many people are active on our location, how many people have come in close contact. The two other slides are ways you can break down the data, both in like a spider chart form, but also in a who came in close contact, the vicinity, and it can really break it down should a COVID case come about and you have a detailed record of where people or who people have come in contact with. Next slide. This is just an area view of our New Wales location. We purchased 10 gateways for this turnaround. Here are a few of the locations that we placed them at. One of our key thoughts was to have different egress stations throughout the location where you would come in, as well as throughout the plant environment, so data could be uploaded to the database on a regular basis. Next slide. Some of the key learnings, we're still in the midst of our pilot and turnaround at our New Wales location at this point. But one of the things we found with this technology, as we saw early in COVID with hand sanitizer and cleaning supplies, these supplies are in high demand. Throughout the process, we've seen some delays in getting the technology to us, just based on whether we think shipping or manufacturing for this. So something to take into consideration. The other thing that we spent more time on than maybe we initially thought was just onboarding contractors, getting them into the system, getting all of our gateways set up across the plant. And of course, none of this is doable unless we have clear communication and setting expectations between ourselves and contractors to ensure that if someone is diagnosed with COVID, that they are sharing that information with us immediately and vice versa. The other thing will be behavior feedback. As we start to see exceedances or people not following current guidelines and policies, making sure that they're receiving that feedback daily. And of course, one of the bigger concerns that we initially saw in part of our rollout was privacy concerns. People really thought that these were location monitoring devices and really doing a good show and tell to highlight that this is just a proximity sensor and we're not actually monitoring employees. Of course, one of the other key concerns to take into consideration for us is, industry norms of close contact. During the average day at a mining location or a concentrate facility, we normally had all employees enter at the same time, exit, everyone used the similar change facilities. And over time, we had to make some adjustments to everyone's working schedule and really change up how we brought people in and out of the site to minimize contact they had with one another. So as I mentioned, we're still in the process of this learning experience with the wearable devices, but thus far, we feel we're on a good track. Next slide. So with that, that's kind of a high level of the two technologies that we've been focusing on here at Mosaic. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Catherine.
Hey, thank you so much, and very interesting information. I'm sure that it will spark some great conversation in our breakout rooms. So with that, we are going to go to the breakout rooms as we did before, but there's been a couple changes. The first one, you're going to get 20 minutes this time to talk. And the second one is we've reconfigured a couple of the breakout rooms. So there's going to be more people in each room, and hopefully that will allow for some more diverse conversation. And again, you'll get 20 minutes, not 15. So with that, I'm going to give it to the facilitators to lead all those breakout rooms.
exclusively.
Welcome back, everyone. I see the numbers continue to grow in the participants as everybody kind of shuffles back over to the main room. So we'll give it a couple minutes as everybody joins back over. I hope in general that all of you had fantastic discussions in your breakout sessions again. I hope that extra time was worth it as well. We're going to go ahead and take a break as we did before. That'll be about a 10-minute break again. Much like last time when we take the break, there'll be a poll that will pop up that again will kind of prompt us for the next discussion. And as again, we're still getting people coming back over, I'll just also mention that if you have some time during the break, make sure to check out the chat. So all of our facilitators are putting in some of their key points into the chat function. And so if you're interested in kind of what got talked about in other breakout sessions, definitely read through that chat feed and check out what others had to say. So with that, I think we will go ahead and go to break again for about 10 minutes. And remember to take that poll. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had some time during the break to stretch your legs, get some water, get refreshed and ready for the next presentation. I know that I definitely am. So before we get into it, though, I hope everybody had a chance to look at the poll and respond to it. And I'm interested in what the results are here. So it looks like for the majority, training effectiveness is definitely important to their organization, but they focus on other training priorities as well. And I think you are amongst friends with the next presentation, as USG will be talking about training effectiveness. They'll lead this conversation on how to effectively invest in your employees. Organizations must ensure that employees not only receive information, but also that they're retaining that information and for its intended purpose. It really could be a life-changing difference if you think about it. So training is so important to all of us. The presentation today is going to be given by two individuals from USG. The first of which is Deborah Satterley. Deborah is Senior Manager of Learning and Development at USG Corporation. In this role, she is responsible for leading the company's learning and development strategy, designing training programs that enable employees to drive business results, and fostering USG's diversity and inclusion efforts. Deborah joined USG in 2019 and brings over 25 years of experience from industries including consumer goods, telecommunications, staffing, healthcare, and pharmaceuticals. Her areas of expertise include management and leadership development, professional development, talent management, culture, diversity and inclusion, coaching, and communication. Outside of work, Deborah enjoys professional speaking, which baffles me, swimming, and spending time with her family and friends. The second presentation will be is Gina Max. Gina is the Senior Director of Talent Management and Diversity for USG Corporation. Gina started with USG in an entry-level human resources position and has now been with the company for over 20 years. Over the years, she has had the opportunity to play a key role in manufacturing and distribution leadership, where she led cross-functional teams to update organizational structure, create new programs, and implement change. Gina currently leads USG's talent management and diversity function, where she brings with her the experience from the manufacturing and distribution organizations, including operations and sales. She has responsibility for workforce planning, talent acquisition, training and development, performance management, succession planning, organizational design, and diversity and inclusion. As you can see, these two speakers are well adapted for this presentation. I'm so excited to turn it over to Deborah and Gina to hear.
Cool. Thank you very much, Catherine. Gina and I are looking very much forward to connecting with the group on this very important topic. I'd like to begin by sharing information about USG's history and culture, because who we are as an organization is a critical element to the success and effectiveness of our training. USG is the world's largest gypsum manufacturer. We leverage the expertise that we've gained over 118 years in business to be number one or number two in each of our core businesses, serving our customers and communities from over 50 production facilities. So we are spread across the United States as well as in Mexico and Canada. In 2019, we were acquired by Knauf, which is transition. It's a huge transition for USG from a public company to a family-owned organization. Although this is a significant change for USG, a few things remain the same, including our core values, our commitment to safety, our people, and our communities. So although it was a very significant transition for USG, some of our core foundational elements stayed the same. And that's very important at USG because we definitely leverage our core foundation and core elements of our culture as it relates to training effectiveness. USG is comprised of over 7,000 amazing employees. I'll be the first to tell you that the employees definitely are what makes USG an amazing place to be. Our employees live our core values, which include service, safety, quality, innovation, diversity, efficiency, and integrity in everything that we do. We also have an internal kind of guide or compass that we follow called our ways of working. And this includes things like accountability, putting the customer first, being data-driven, acting with urgency, and communicating in a candid and direct way. Our company values and our ways of working are the foundation from which we drive a training effectiveness at USG. The more engaged and knowledgeable and inspired our employees are, the more innovative our products and solutions become. It's somewhat of a simple equation, although obviously there's quite a few moving parts to make that equation a success. It helps us, the values and the ways of working help us remain the worldwide leader in gypsum and ceilings and leverage our iconic brands to partner with the best customers. So how do we do all of this? How do we define training effectiveness at USG? Well, here's a nice short way to analyze that. Core values drive training and development, which leads to business success. Sounds so simple, right? But there's so much happening behind the scenes to make this work. So what I'd like to do here is focus in on the middle section of this slide where we talk about the training solutions. USG's training solutions. It's very important that I share very directly with you. I'll use my own ways of working, candid and direct, that we are extremely intentional in the development and refinement of our training solutions. The way in which we implement and leverage our learning technologies, and the design and execution of our communication strategies to ensure that we're flexible to changing business needs. Now, Catherine, you said we were among friends today. We are definitely in the right place and a group of friends to talk about how many opportunities we've had in 2020 to redirect and refine our training solutions. I feel like we're becoming very, very much experts at being adaptable and flexible and able to change on a dime. So what I'd like to do is talk just a little bit about the investments that we make in each of our training channels, including safety, sales, management and leadership development, and our general employee population. All of our investments in these areas are strategically centered around the achievement of business results, connection with our customers, and enhanced employee engagement. So all of that sounds great, right? But where do we start? I mean, there's so much happening and moving behind the scenes to make this training effectiveness happen. So what we want to do today is focus in on some of the core strategic questions that we focus on at USG. There we go. So we start and we continue with strategic questions that we ask throughout the training process. Now, a common theme that you'll see throughout all of the questions listed on this slide is employee engagement. It doesn't work if we just keep rolling out training and giving new direction if we're not bringing people along on the journey and we're not keeping people engaged. Our mantra internally is that we focus on meeting our employees where they are and then taking them where they need to go. So let's take a look at some of these strategic questions. Let's begin with the base level. So as we look at the base level, we determine the proper training methodology and thinking about how we're going to analyze effectiveness. So in essence, we kind of start with the end goal in mind, right? How do we know our training is effective? An example that I can share here from a base level strategy is at USG, we recognized that we had hand safety awareness training needs. We had some things in place like safety huddles, we had signage, we had monthly meetings, but we weren't seeing the impact and result that we were looking for. So we launched a month-long, intensely focused hand safety campaign titled High Five for Safety. And this included consistent communications, a management guide, learning technologies, commitment banners, posters, hazard identification tags, and checklists. Everywhere you looked, it was High Five for Safety. Every conversation you had was High Five for Safety. We inundated our culture with High Five for Safety. We even encouraged our plant managers and employees to post their journey on Yammer. So what we did then is we monitored effectiveness by observing for a reduction in hand injuries. Later in an example, I'll get back to how that actually worked for us. The second item that we see here is attitude change and learning. Attitude change and learning is all about, will the new skills and knowledge that have been acquired, will we see an attitude change? Will we see an embracement of learning? Will we see an increase in our employee engagement? All of those things are very critical here. An example for attitude change in learning that I would love to share is that we have a company-wide training program that is focused across our corporate audience as well as our plant locations. And Gina will talk more about this program in just a little bit, so I won't steal her thunder. But this program that we train across the organization is really intended to create a culture of learning and provide a shared language across all of our elements of business. And so one of the things that's important about this is when you're trying to establish and change attitudes and behaviors in a meaningful way, it's critical that we have a consistent message across the organization so that when employees are talking with one another, no matter what their field is, they're talking in the same language, in the same way, with the same excitement and attitude, really, around learning and the impact of learning. We can really enhance engagement in our employees from an attitude and change perspective through our employee engagement survey, which we do focus on at USG for some of our results. The next item that we see here is a behavior change. So those of us in learning and development and training and development in any area here know that behavior change is critical, especially from a safety component. Behavior change is something that we strive for very consistently. When we're strategically focused on behavior change, we identify how are we going to assess job performance and in some cases compliance. It's also where we focus on what post-training support is needed and what resources will be provided to our employees and our managers. We, as an example of behavior change, we use safety observation checklists at many of our plants. And this program involves observing employee compliance versus our current procedures. We highlight the benefits of a safety observation checklist, the importance of assessing performance, and providing post-training support materials in the form of checklists. So this is something that we focus very much on from a behavior change perspective. We give you the tools, the information, and then we follow up and we reinforce those behaviors that we're looking for. And our final element that we see here, our final strategic approach, is result in organizational effectiveness. At USG, we are dedicated to the continued growth and development of our employees and how their new skills impact efficiencies and our organization's objectives. Remember, we have our foundation, we have our training strategies, and then we have our organizational results. When I think about a way to exemplify this or provide you all with an example, if we go back to the hand safety awareness training example that we shared earlier, that high five, right, our campaign, when we go back to that, our high five for safety, I can tell you that we achieved a significant and sustainable reduction in hand injuries through this campaign, 72% month over month. Pretty significant results. These results increase productivity and employee satisfaction. I mean, do I really have to spell it out? Nobody wants a hand injury, right? So certainly productivity was there as well as our engagement. What I'd like to share just from a kind of a summary for this slide, and then I'm going to turn things over to Gina to share some more information, is that the safety of our employees is our #1 priority. Training designed and delivered at USG based on these strategic questions drives our productivity, our engagement, and our results in a safe and effective way. So let's continue on our conversation by looking forward into USG's learning strategies and solutions. Gina, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate it. I am hopeful that my sound is coming through and that someone will let me know if it's not. So I'm excited to elaborate on what Deborah shared so far. I always wish I would go first when I'm thinking about following Deborah. So I think she got us started really well, and I think you can hear the excitement and the energy in her voice. Before I dive into this slide, I do just want to thank the Campbell Institute and the National Safety Council for having us today. We really appreciate the opportunity. So as Deborah mentioned, we're really striving at USG to meet employees where they are, and we want to help them to get to where they want to go, whether the topic might be safety or sales, product-related, technical, or soft skills training. Recently, we've been using design thinking to provide our employees with information and with skills training in a variety of ways to ensure that our essential messages and our action items are embedded and ingrained. Our employees may receive information in a safety huddle, then they may see it again in a job aid, and then they learn more about it from their supervisor. Over the years, we've employed many types of training solutions with the thought that we all learn and we retain information differently. This is not a one-size-fits-all approach, and I think we all know this. New strategies for us include podcasts and gamification, and I'll talk about those in just a minute. On the right side of the slide, we list some of the programs that we offer. Most important is that we provide a framework to our team members and that they have the ability to select the programs that they need and are right for their career stage. Some programs are required and some are employee-driven. Ultimately, our focus is to engage, enlighten, and to enlist employees using a variety of training methods and solutions. We believe in Peter Drucker's statement that what you measure gets done. So I'd like to highlight 4 of our key training strategies and how we measure progress. In safety training, we know at USG, and I'm sure all of your organizations, safety is our #1 core value. It's woven into everything that we do. And we're proud to share that at USG, we have 98% of our locations have operated without a lost time injury this year. And almost 75% of our locations have not had a restricted duty case this year. I'm going to knock on wood right now. 60% of our locations have operated more than 1 million hours without a lost time injury, and further, 91% of our employees report near-miss incidents. While we're very proud of our team's accomplishments, we have to remain diligent. We need to measure our results and share how we can improve. In company-wide training, we have a program called Directions. Our Directions program is focused on communication, trust, and engagement. It provides a shared language across our company with common approaches to coaching. This has been almost a 20-year journey for us, and all locations have participated, from our production operators to our CEO. I think one of the things that we're most proud of in this particular program is that we trained our manufacturing locations first, and then we trained individuals in support functions in our headquarters. So it was truly a manufacturing-driven initiative. We launched podcasts in April of this year, and we've already had over 800 podcast plays or listens so far and counting. We're offering 3 podcast categories today, currently, and we'll build on this helpful learning option. Most podcasts are employee-driven, using our in-house subject matter experts. We've also found that this was a very cost-effective strategy to employ. We did this with really little investment, and we've been able to get up and running very quickly. In 2019, we implemented a gamification app for our sales professionals to help reinforce key concepts and professional selling techniques. This has been a fun and a new way to learn that only takes a few minutes a day. Our participation rate is currently at 94%, and we've seen quite a lift in our employee knowledge. In summary, while we can see the impact of these programs, we continue to focus on measurement, and we truly have more work to do in this area. Our goal is to measure the impact of our programs on our business results. We would be remiss if we didn't highlight some of our safety training programs. Deborah mentioned a few, and I'll just add to that list. There are many safety strategies that we employ to introduce and to ingrain key information. This includes things like formal safety orientation and onboarding for our new employees. We're currently using virtual reality for training, which is a relatively new concept for us. We have train the trainer tips for those who aren't seasoned or trained facilitators. We're offering safety campaigns, as we mentioned earlier. Our safety website is a place for us to share common work procedures and videos. We're sharing safety context regularly, and we're also using our SMEs to share in-house best practices. While our quantitative measures are important, we review the qualitative as well. Our team shares stories of how they've applied what they've learned, and we think that's one of our true measures of effectiveness. A sales leader shared how he's using important coaching tools with his team, customers, and vendors. And our head of safety, Justin Dugas, shared a powerful testimonial of all the activities at our Galena Park, Texas plant. This plant is a shining example of positive and proactive employees, always focused on each other's safety. Our Galena Park location recently celebrated 31 years without a lost time incident. So in closing, Deborah and I would like to thank you all for listening. We would love to stay engaged and learn from the best practices that you're applying as well. At USG, we strongly believe that we are all learning and we are in this together. So I'll turn the presentation over to Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deborah and Gina. What a fantastic presentation, especially as we're as we're talking about training effectiveness. That is something that's so important for all of our organizations. So now we're going to go into the breakout sessions for one final time today. And even more exciting, you have even more time this time to talk with your group. So you'll have about 25 minutes. And at the end of that 25 minutes, we'll come back together and wrap up a little bit with some additional information. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the facilitators again to start those breakout sessions. Welcome back, everybody, from the last breakout session of the day. I hope that each of you learned something new from your peers, not only in the last breakout session, but in one of them throughout the day. I also hope it was a fantastic experience to get to talk to others about these very important topics. So with that, I'm going to send us off to our very last break, but I will see you back at 12:03 for our keynote presenter, Keith Mercurio. You won't want to miss it.
Hello and welcome, folks. I'm seeing Richard Smith and Deborah Satterley and Murray C. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here. Holly and Mike, Dawn, Chuck, welcome. Scott Cook, looking good, folks. Thanks for having your cameras on. Doug, how many of those books have you read behind you, Doug? That's all for show, isn't it?
Every one of them.
God bless you. Good man. Well done. And then we got Joe and Hayes. Very cool. Welcome, Laura, Barb, Brian. It was great to have you all here. Thank you. I'm going to wait a couple minutes and allow you your full 10-minute break. So feel free to do what you need to. And then as you rejoin us, go ahead and turn your cameras on, switch into gallery mode when the time is right. We're going full community on this one. Welcome. So a New York Times article recently referenced a study in which they discovered that the average person experiences between 40 and 60,000 thoughts per day. Of those 40 to 60,000 thoughts, 80% are the exact same as yesterday. And of those, 98% are negative. Now, I share that with you and want to remind you that that study was conducted prior to the year 2020. I can only imagine the impact on those ratios now. So here's my commitment to you today. First of all, I want to be very clear. As we enter the realm of mindset and peak performance work. This is not going to be some soft, positive thinking concept. All right. This is about powerful thinking. This is a critical distinction. In fact, it's about reality and our truth. So I want to be sure to forewarn you on that. Do not mistake this for some positive thinking philosophy. This is critical. This is based in science, and it works. Now, before we're done here today, you have my commitment that you will leave with somewhere between 3 and 6 tools that will transform your mornings, your days, your weeks, your months, even your life. And before we're done here, you're going to walk out of here with a firm belief that 2020, as it has happened, is the best thing that's ever happened to you. This is my commitment to you. So now I seek your commitment. So I'm going to ask you a question. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and enter this into the chat. So please take a moment, get ready to enter your answer into the chat. I'm going to ask you this question, and I want you to hear the full context of the question before you answer. On a scale of 1 to 10, what is your commitment to the next 75 minutes together? All right, now here's a 10. A 10 means my camera is on. I am going to be engaged in the chat. I'm going to volunteer to give feedback, even if I'm not the type of person who normally gives feedback. I'm going to be more open-minded than I typically am. I'm going to seek for new beliefs, new possibilities, new thoughts. I'm going to leave this absolutely committed to having taken something monumental away. This is going to be the best 75 minutes of my day. That's a 10. A 1 is if you are still lurking somewhere in the background with your camera off, probably in some sort of Cleopatra pose, feeding yourself grapes on the couch, with absolutely no commitment to engagement. Somewhere between a 1 and a 10, go ahead and enter in the chat. What is your commitment to this next 75 minutes? I'm liking the first few I'm seeing. I want honesty though, all in. I got a bunch of 10s, 9.9. I like that. Just leave yourself a little margin for error. Very good, very good. Ooh, this is a hot crowd. All right, then again, the people who are answering 1s and 2s might not be able to reach their keyboard from their couch. So who's to know? As far as what's ending up in the chat, this is fabulous. Okay, now, I want you to do this. I want you to take your answer, even if it was a 10, even if it was a 10. Someone just left, that's a great answer. Love that. So even if it was a 10, what is one commitment, one thing that you're gonna do differently in this session than you traditionally do, that's gonna open you up, that's gonna raise your score by 1. It's gonna take your 10 to an 11, an 8 to a 9, a 5 to a 6. What's one thing you're committed to doing differently in this session than you normally would that's going to take your score up by 1? Go ahead and enter it into the chat when you make your commitment here. Phone away, yes, not check email, thank you, this is great. Ignore text messages. Oh, I love it. Stop eating, focus, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh man. Oh, good for you, not pulling up other sites, ignoring email. This is such a big one. Good for you guys, I love this. No multitasking. Multitasking is a myth anyway, by the way. It's not even possible. We can only do many things quickly. We can't not do multiple things at once from a focus standpoint. The brain won't allow it. Very good. Oh, you guys are fabulous. All right, this is a tremendous commitment. Thank you so, so much. And my promise back to you is that you will get an absolute 10 from me. I have made that commitment myself. And I assure you that when I take the time of people, the good time of people, where I have the privilege to present, where I have the privilege to facilitate, my commitment is to ensure that this is the most valuable time that you could possibly experience today. My commitment each and every time. So that's the commitment you have from me. Now, whether or not you get 3 to 6 tools, whatever number you get will be dependent upon how intelligent this group is and how quickly you work. So I want you to know that's going to be a self-pacing study for you all. But I want to start with one. I'm going to give you one tool right now that's absolutely foundational. Now, believe it or not, the very last time I was on a real stage, before my job as a public speaker became effectively illegal, was at the Campbell Institute Symposium in February in Florida. That was the last time I had the joy of being surrounded by a large audience and everything else. And so it is a privilege to be back with you. And just by a show of hands, I'm going to kind of scroll through. How many of you were at that February symposium and were able to be there for that? I'm seeing a bunch of hands. Oh, wow, good. Okay, a bunch of people here. and then cameras off in the back. We'll see if we can't get them to turn on as we go. But here's the deal. Oh, but if you haven't yet, switch to gallery mode. So there's a gallery view option. And in gallery view, it's going to change from you just looking at me to you looking at me plus some other people on camera. And what that's going to do is remind us of what it was like to actually be among friends and peers and actually create the physiology and the experience of seeing body language and other people nod along with you or be confused along with you or laugh along with you, which is so important to the existence of human beings and something that we're sorely missing. Because you know, Zoom fatigue is very real. That is a very real. National Geographic did a fabulous article on it if you haven't seen it. But this is very unnatural for us. So at least in gallery mode, we get to relax a little bit and just kind of be in a crowd. Okay, so that's a gallery view. So for those of you who were with us in February, there'll be a couple of items that are foundational content that will sound familiar. And I ask you to remember that no person has walked into the same river twice, because neither the river nor that person is the same as they were before. So as you hear things that are familiar, that's your opportunity to tune in, not out, and to hear it again from the perspective that you currently find yourself in. Deal? Good? All right. So first foundational piece. Now this is going to be a tool for creating enormous awareness, self-awareness, and self-transformation, where you're able to shift your state at any point in time. And that's going to be critical to the foundation of everything that we're going to talk about here. And we're going to go over it quickly, but it's going to start here. First thing I'm going to ask you to do, pen and paper in front of you. Go ahead and just draw a triangle, just like that. Just like that. Maybe better than that. I freehanded that. Can you tell? That was freehand. And go ahead and get yourself a triangle written just like that. All right. And right in the middle of that triangle, I'm going to ask you to write the word state, just like that, state. All right. Now, what we are going to dive into here is based out, the philosopher Voltaire said this. He said, the most important decision you can make is to be in a good mood. Now, this is a man who wrote 2,000 works on the human existence, on his musings of the critical elements and fabrics of life. And he said the most important decision you can make is to be in a good mood. Now, again, we're not talking just about positivity. We're talking about power. We're talking about effectiveness. And so the first piece to understand is that what this triangle represents, your state, your emotional, mental, physiological state, your way of being, your mood, said differently, becomes the lens through which we experience the world around us. It becomes the lens through which we experience the world around us. And so at any given moment in time, you realize that you can experience the same thing in different states and therefore experience it differently. Because how many of you, by a show of hands, have been in traffic and been completely furious, pissed off, and frustrated by that very traffic that you were in, right? And how many of you very same people have been in traffic in the same type of situation, been totally relaxed, totally calm, totally cool about it? Right? And anyone who's not putting their hand up, I know is a fellow East Coaster. God bless you. It's good to see you. So listen, what happens is it's not the traffic, right? It's our state. It's the lens through which we're experiencing the traffic. It's what we're focused on. It's what we're saying to ourselves. It's how we're breathing. It's all of these things that create a different experience. So the first thing we need to do is just deconstruct what are the keys to your state. And that triangle represents the three ingredients, the three cornerstones. At the very top of the triangle, I'm going to ask you to write the word focus. Focus. The first critical cornerstone of state is our point of focus. Now, when we say focus, we mean both visual and mental, also talking about the mind's eye. But this is very real in a literal sense, and this is very critical in a non-conscious sense. All right, so in the real sense, right, you know, if you've ever raced cars, if you drive, you know this. If you're driving down the street and you've got an obstacle on your right, an obstacle on your left, where do you want to look? That's it. Deborah, I'm seeing you say it. Yep, I got you, Richard. Down the middle. You want to look at where you want to go. Why? Because When we look at where we don't want to go, what do? We tend to steer there. See, what you focus on, you find. What you focus on grows bigger, and what you focus on, you become. Okay, so the first thing to be aware of is that our point of focus is creating our direction. It's creating our awareness. Now, this again isn't philosophy, this is science. There's a mechanism in the brain called the reticular activating system. Reticular activating system, RAS for short. And what the reticular activating system does is it lives in the background, it lives in the non-conscious, and its job is to operate basic stuff going on in the background, like breath and goosebumps and blinking and heartbeat, all these non-conscious actions. But it also has another function. It becomes the world's greatest investigative reporter when it's time to substantiate a new belief or new piece of information. Here's the quickest example that everyone can relate to. I want you to think about the last time you purchased a vehicle. Okay, you went out, you shop for a car, you decide on the car, you decide on the make, the model, the color, you bought your car, and for the next 3 weeks, what suddenly, magically appeared everywhere on the road around you? That exact car. Right? You didn't consciously make the decision to look for it. You didn't consciously decide, oh, I'm going to go and see how many of these I can find. It just was there. And this was the non-conscious doing what it does. See, here's the thing. We think we're the captain of the ship with our conscious mind. Guys, our conscious mind is handling somewhere between 5 and 9 bits of data per second. 5 to 9. Comparatively, the non-conscious is processing 20 to 40 billion bits of data per second. We think we're the captain of the ship. We are not. Your non-conscious is operating. All decisions are made from the non-conscious. The conscious mind justifies them. So what we're going to learn here is how to take the conscious mind to leverage the non-conscious mind. And so point number 1, as it relates to your state, what you focus on, you find. So if we're focused on what's wrong, we're focused on the negative, focused on what's happening, focused on how terrible 2020 has been, what are we commanding the non-conscious to do? Find further information to support the belief, just like it goes out and finds that car without you even truly asking for it. How many of you are with me so far? It's making sense? Show of hands, love it, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, next. So the question becomes, how do we shift our focus? And the answer is language. Language. So go ahead and write language along the corner of that triangle, the corner of that triangle. There's 3 corners, or on the other corner of that triangle. All right, so our language creates our focus. So if I'm sitting here and I'm saying to myself, you know, this can't get any worse. This is terrible. I'm touched. I'm frustrated. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. What's next, right? What are we doing? We're using our language to create our place of focus, right? We're using our language to create the focus of our mind's eye. So language, both internal and external. By the way, a recent study came out that said that spoken language is 10 times more powerful, 10 times more potent than a simple thought. Fascinating. And that goes along, by the way, with the studies that I've seen on goal setting and effectiveness. BYU released a study years ago that said that if you commit to a goal, if you say it out loud, create an accountability partner, and create regular check-ins on that goal, you become 95% likely of achieving that goal. Power of the spoken word and creating social contract. But this is the power of language, because language creates focus. And so as you start to sift through, I want you to just think about it for a moment. Just be honest with yourselves. As you think about what's gone on for the past, 6 months now, right? As you think about how you speak to yourself. And as you think about the most important sentences that we speak, the single most important words a human being can think or say, I am and I am not. If you had to rank those 1 to 10 on a positivity and a power scale, you know, how would you rank them? Have they shifted? Have you noticed that it's been really easy to start to find what's wrong around us? It's been really easy to find what's wrong within us. I can tell you I have. All right. And so, you know, as I share this with you, I want you to understand something. These are tools that I have sought to use to elevate my life and then share with others. These are not tools that I am teaching. And what I mean by that is I want to be really clear. I have struggled this year. I have had a tough year. I have fought anxiety and depression and worse. And I've struggled to find motivation. And so I want you to get that I am sharing these with you and myself right now. This is about the collective, about acknowledging what has been true. This isn't pretending like this stuff isn't happening around us. This isn't pretending like we're in a false reality. But it's acknowledging and recognizing the use of a tool that is there that can help us transform even when the circumstances don't. And so starting to become aware of the I ams, the I am nots, the focus, and so on. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do right now. Take a moment and write your, just on your own, you don't have to include it in the chat, write your I am statement about what you're committed to focusing on. Let's just reset our state right now for the next 60 minutes. Okay, so what is your I am statement about who you are, who you're going to show up as, and what you're going to focus on for the next 60 minutes? All right. Now, in this moment, I'm going to ask for the next level of commitment and engagement. I'd like 2 volunteers to raise their hand and just read their I am statements to us about what they're committed to for the next 60 seconds. I need you to hold them up because I'm going to be scrolling through some screens to find 2. So I've got Murray C. as 1 volunteer, and then I've got, let's keep them up if you're willing to read your I am statement. I need one more. Let me see. I'm going to keep scrolling until I find somebody. Sorry, bear with me. I'm still looking. Be courageous. This is your chance to raise your score by 1. Murray, I got you. You're fine. All right, Murray, do you have any friends in the audience? None? You're alone here? Well, you have 1 friend in the audience at least.
Well, I have a couple friends, but 2 of them are bosses, so I'm going to say Trudy Hayes.
Oh, very good. I love it. Very cool, Murray. So first read your I am, and then Trudy's going to read hers. I love it. Thank you. That's
good
wonderful.
Choice, Chad.
Nice. Nice. Murray, go ahead and read your I am statement. Unmute yourself and read it to the group.
I am committed to being receptive and unguarded.
Unguarded. Beautiful. Thank you.
Beautiful.
That's fabulous. All right. And then Trudy, if we can find you. Trudy, where are you?
I'm at the top.
Oh, Trudy, under the, very good. Hi, Trudy.
Yeah. And it's funny because mine is almost similar. It says that I'm committing to be more open-minded, period.
Fabulous. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. And so now what do we find? What are we commanding the non-conscious? But to be unguarded, to be open-minded. This is beautiful stuff. And if we can get to my team out there, if we can get that muted again so we don't have the echo. Yep, beautiful. Well done. Thank you. You guys have an amazing team working behind the scenes here. I don't know if you fully understand that, but we'll get to them later, but they're phenomenal. So last critical cornerstone of state. Your physiology. Your physiology. The movement of the body and the breath. Okay. Now, Amy Cuddy had done some groundbreaking research out of MIT. It ended up being one of the most watched TED Talks ever about the impact of physiology, the fact that simply by shifting our posture, we can actually start to change the chemical makeup in the brain. that by taking a diminutive posture, a smaller posture, that we will see cortisol levels, right, the stress hormone rise, and testosterone levels, which equate to confidence, we'll see those drop. And that just spending 60 seconds in a confident, what would be known as a confident or a bigger posture, will cause the inverse, that testosterone levels will rise and cortisol levels will drop. Now, this was groundbreaking research. It's even got some controversy around it, but sometimes you don't need research to know something to be true. Sometimes you just need to listen to what your parents and your grandparents told you. Because when you were a little kid and you were down about something, your grandparents looked at you after you struck out or after you got a bad grade, and they said, "Hey, yeah, very good, Scott." What did they say? Go ahead, unmute yourself since you got it. I'll let you say it.
Keep your chin up.
Keep your chin up.
All right.
All right. And what was happening here is that we were learning, that this is just age-old wisdom, that when our chin is high, it's hard to be sad, right? That when our shoulders are back, it's hard to feel weak, because the mind is translating the story the body is telling it. That's a quote from David Eagleman, a famous neuroscientist. The mind is translating the story the body is telling it. And so we can actually shift our physiology alone and thereby shift our emotional makeup. Tony Robbins says motion creates emotion. All right? And I kid you not, and you can judge away, but before I got on here, I was in the background, I put some Motown on, and I just danced myself right into this presentation because I was committed to showing up as my best version of myself for you. So that was my commitment in the background. Good luck dancing the Motown and being pissed off. It doesn't happen. You can't do it. All right? And so this is a matter of just leveraging some of the tools and self-control that we possess to be able to shift our state. So here's the beauty of it. You shift any one of those three cornerstones, you shift your state. You shift your state, you shift the lens through which you're experiencing the world around you, thereby shifting your reality. Circumstances do not need to change for your reality to shift. It's your relationship to your circumstances that needs to change. This is available in any given moment. Access to a deep breath, a quick shift in what we're doing physically, changing the internal language. And as you start to know and command these tools, you're going to start to gain quicker self-awareness and then self-influence. The other night, in a tough space, I said, man, I'm so unhappy. That's what I said to myself. I'm so unhappy. And I instantly caught myself. I said, what are you saying? And I just stopped myself and I said, does that language serve me? Absolutely not. And I just shifted it and I said, I'm so happy. And I'm not kidding you, the next second, I was laying in bed and I smiled a little bit. And then I fell asleep. And it was that fast. And it is that possible. Not always. It all takes work. It takes conditioning. These are muscles. We need to exercise them. All right. So tool number one in your possession now is your three cornerstones of state, your triangle of state. You change any one of them. You shift your focus, shift your language, shift your physiology. You will shift your state. Deal? Got it? Take a moment. I want you to write and cull your top two takeaways from the first, whatever we're in 20-something minutes so far. All right, top two takeaways. Go ahead and cull them. Make sure that you get those actively learned. Just jot them down. Actually, you know what? Even more fun, jot your top takeaway into the chat so far. Love it. Top takeaway in the chat. Let's go ahead and just see some of these, share them so that others can learn from your learning. I'll go ahead and pull that up. What you focus on, you find. Yeah, it's a good one. Simple, useful tool. Thank you for saying that. Power commitment, fabulous. Moving the body and breath. Just that deep breath is so available. Dance your way into a presentation. I love it. Whoever's going to be joining me on that, that's going to be fun. Self-monitor, excellent. Yeah, the physiology is amazing. I know he's had some controversy as of late, but if you ever go to a Tony Robbins, it's like a 3-day dance party. But it's ridiculous. Like your endorphins are through the roof. Mind translates the story, body tells it. Excellent. That's David Eagleman, by the way. David Eagleman. And so just for, just to recap here, what we focus on, we find. What we focus on grows bigger. What we focus on, we become. Our language is creating our relationship to reality, and the mind is translating the story, the body is telling it. 3 powerful tools. And Deborah, before we're done here, your suggestion may be closer to reality than you would have expected. So, but don't worry yet. Don't worry yet. All right. Beautiful. Really well done. Great participation. Thank you. Tool number 2. All right. Now, Jim Rohn, R-O-H-N, one of the greatest transformational thinkers who used to say, among other things, that the only development worth doing is personal development. He also said that either you happen to the day or the day happens to you. All right. Now, let's start here. I shared with you 40 to 60,000 thoughts per day, 80% of them identical to yesterday, 98% of those negative. Now I want you to think about this. I want you to think about the first 90 seconds of your day. Like the total non-conscious thinking that occurs when your alarm clock goes off. What is the very first thought of your day? Are you like, oh, good. Oh, yay. Oh, this is what I was waiting for, right? Is that what starts to go through your head when that alarm goes off? Now think about it, right? You say, yeah, there you go, right? It's all ready. Oh, God, right? So here's my experience. And then how many of you like me will actually hit snooze and try to catch another 7 minutes of sleep like that's going to be the difference? So it's unbelievable. Every day, I still think that 7 minutes is going to make the difference, okay? Which in turn lets me go through the alarm experience a second time to start my day. And those become my thoughts. Now, again, I'm just speaking for myself. You relate however you want to relate. Now I get up and now, you know, now I'm thinking, oh, good for you. That's someone with kids, I'm sure, that's saying sleep till the alarm, undoubtedly. I have no ability to relate to that, other than the fact that my wife hates the sight of me sleeping. I don't know what it is about a man sleeping. Like my wife just feels like look at him just sleeping over there. Like he could be doing something right now. It's yes, Deb's giving a thumbs up to this. It's unbelievable. But you know, so here I go. You know, I wake up. I'm tired. I wake up again. I'm like, God, you know, I have some moment of regret. Like I had one too many whiskeys last night. It's a very real COVID thing, by the way. Good Lord. The consumption. Whew. You know, and so now I'm in regret, right? Then I wake up. Now I get to the mirror. Holy hell. I get to the mirror. I get the first glimpse of myself, the new wrinkles that have developed, how my beard has gotten whiter. Did my hairline recede even more last night? And now I'm in that state, right? And this is the first few minutes of my day is just pure negativity. Unless I do something to interrupt it. At some level, how many of you can relate to what I'm saying right now? How many of you can share in this kind of the self-talk, these statements that we make to ourselves, right? And, you know, it's part of our reality. And so what I'm going to share with you next, I'm going to tell you this, and there's no exaggeration in anything I'm going to share with you. I have had the privilege to share this morning routine with tens of thousands of people. And there is no one singular tool that I have received more feedback on. In the thousands of people have shared with me that this simple 5-minute long shift in the start of their day completely transformed their lives. Now, it is simple. It's not always easy. Because sometimes we want to be victims. Sometimes we want to indulge in the negativity. Sometimes we want to be miserable. And having the discipline, the willpower to actually shift out of that state sometimes can be hard to find. But this is a simple routine. It will take you no more than 5 minutes. It's done by parents. It's done by old people, young people. There's no limitation to it except for your commitment. Okay, so here's how it goes. This is called your 5, 5, 20 plus 1 morning routine. All right, so write that down. 5, 5, 20 plus 1. And in a moment, you're going to discover through both the logic, the common sense of it, and the science of it, how this perfectly relates to creating a peak performance state. Okay? So here's the deal. The first five represents 5 gratitudes. 5 gratitudes. Now I want to make a okay. Some of you will tomorrow. The members who are going to be on the call, who's also at the February symposium, and she is absolute mastering folks on the science of resilience. She's magnificent. I was totally like manipulated a one-on-one call to check in on our content basically so I could just learn for a little while and just gain some information from her. But she's going to talk about like the many routes to resilience. Here's what I'm going to share with you. Gratitude is one of the critical gateways to resilience. So if resilience is the ability to bounce back, right? If resilience is the ability to take a hit, if resilience is the ability to keep moving forward regardless of circumstances, why would I say that gratitude is a gateway to resilience? I'm curious for an answer out there. Somebody who has a thought on this wants to volunteer and either unmute or put in the chat. Why would gratitude be a gateway to resilience?
Get your mindset right to be resilient.
Very cool. Mindset right to be resilient. This is so good. You're really hitting on something here. And I was just going on. I didn't get to see you. Was that Jason by chance? Who was that that gave us that feedback? Ronnie, got it. Thank you so much. Yep. Yeah, switches your focus. Very good. You guys are all over this. Okay, so I want you to think of it this way. Resilience is your capacity to get a 50-pound medicine ball thrown at you, catch it, handle it, and keep moving forward, right? And how hard that hits you, how far that knocks you backwards is dependent on what? It's dependent upon conditioning. You can't just will yourself to being stronger. What do you have to do? You have to go lift weights. Gratitude is the weightlifting that leads to resilience. See, every time we think a thought, we fire a neural pathway. And every time we fire that neural pathway, it's covered with myelin, protein. The more often we think a thought, the more myelin covers that pathway, the more immediately accessible and available it becomes. It's no different than working a muscle over and over and over again. It becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. And when a muscle becomes stronger, what happens is we immediately defer to that muscle to brace. So when something hits us, if you've got a strong back, your back is going to engage. If you got strong arms, your arms are going to engage. You defer to the strongest muscle. So if you're following me here, gratitude starts to create access to what is good, what is right, what is possible, what is beautiful. So now you're going to the gym every day with your 5 gratitudes, finding what's beautiful around you, finding what's right around you, finding what's good around you, and you're taking your brain to the gym every morning. Then something hits, that medicine ball gets thrown at us, right? We find out that there's been yet another shift, or now masks are necessary at work when they weren't before, or we find out that there's been another shift in policy, or we find out that there's a new pandemic, or there's murder hornets, or whatever else, and you have that moment where you go, okay, I got it, Where's my opportunity? How can I make this work for me? How can I see this as a blessing if I think about it the right way? And again, this isn't augmenting reality. This isn't pretending it didn't happen. It's just seeing it differently. The practice of gratitude is a proactive exercise to create resilience. And it's just one method, but it also brings peace, it brings happiness, it brings prosperity, brings opportunity. And here's what I want to encourage. So here's the idea. As soon as you wake up, the minute you realize that you're in that non-conscious thought pattern, cursing the alarm clock, cursing that last drink, frustrated with the start of the day, angry at your kids, whatever it is, the minute you recognize, you intercept, and you go into the practice of writing 5 gratitudes. Now, the thing about these, I want to encourage them to be unique to the moment, to be small, to even be found inside the very thing that might be frustrating you. That kid waking you up in the right context is also a blessing. So let me share with you, I just want to share with you mine from today as an example to maybe offer some variations and insights of what my 5 were. I had an amazing day coaching yesterday. Got to have some incredible breakthroughs with some amazing leaders, and I loved it, and it was beautiful. I had a super peaceful night's sleep last night, which they haven't been happening as often as I'd like, and that was really wonderful. All right, now here's one. A beautiful morning in our home. Now, this one's specific, and I want to share with you why. On Sunday, we're selling this place. We're moving to North Carolina. I'm in Minneapolis right now. My name's Keith, by the way. I think you know that, but just I forgot to introduce myself. I'm in Minneapolis. We're moving to North Carolina. We were under contract in this condo, and they backed out on day 9 of 10 of their due diligence for like a BS, like you totally made up, okay? It was really disappointing. Like, that's a big deal, right? That resets the whole thing. We have to go back on the market. We have to relist. We have to do all of this stuff. And this morning, I just sat there and I said, oh my God, I still get to live in this beautiful home. So even in my frustration, there can be gratitude if I choose to seek it, if I choose to look for it. An opportunity to serve many. And I'm going to say this right now. I put it on here. It was actually on here yesterday too. True story. I could show you. Campbell Institute's investment in me and you. Because I get to work with and speak for lots and lots of organizations and businesses over my 10-year career of doing this, especially hundreds and hundreds of businesses. And this is a good one. It's a really good one. And I got to be invited back, and I suspect we're going to continue to work together in the future, and it means a lot to me, and it should mean a lot to you. So those were my 5 gratitudes this morning, and they go on. And here's what I want to show you something. If you can see this at all, I don't know if you can see this. This is how long I've been doing this. Okay, this is years and years of keeping this information and logging it and continuing to do it. But I've been really lazy about it lately. And part of my excitement in giving this presentation was my recommitment, because I had to get my stuff in order to have integrity here today and sharing this with you. So thank you. So 5 gratitudes. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do right now. I want you to take a moment individually. Be present. I want you to identify 5 gratitudes that you're experiencing right now. Write them down, and then I want you to go ahead and put your favorite one into the chat, the one that you want to share. So feel free to be personal and private in your 5, and then choose one that you would share with the whole group. And if maybe Miles or Damon want to give us a little background music, putting us in a nice, grateful state. So if you took the chance to read or haven't yet, be sure to take a chance and just read and be present to some of those others. And we can go ahead and draw that music to a close now, and thank you for your great work back there, guys, supporting me. So, you know, I had one of my favorite people that I ever got to know. His name affectionately was Donnie Martini. He was my CEO's father-in-law. And Don is one of the kindest men that I've ever known. And we used to go on this amazing fishing trip to Northwest Ontario. And it was a fly-in fishing trip. So we would drive 7 hours north of Minneapolis across the Canadian border. Then we go get in a plane, a seaplane, fly 100 miles into Northwest Ontario, get dropped off in a lake with a satellite phone, just the four of us. We would spend 7-8 days up there. Yeah, catch fish, catch walleye, pike, lake trout, eat them, shore lunches. Half of our food would come from what we caught. And we would just fly in as many supplies as you could bring. It was really special, really peaceful time. There was one night, that time of year, it stays light till about 11:30 at night because it's so far north. And so we were out for our evening fishing, kind of 5-6 days into the trip. And I looked over and, you know, one of my best friends, a former recon Marine, this guy, Nate Blue, he was with me. And he and I were just having a great time. We were just laughing our asses off, just having a beautiful time. It was a gorgeous night, glassy night out on the lake, catching fish. And I looked over and Don was just looking at us and he was smiling. And I was like, Don, what are you so happy about? Like, he was laughing, he was smiling, but he wasn't he couldn't really hear us or anything else. And he just said, I'm just having so much fun watching you have fun. Right? Now, this is the wisdom of an old man who was able to transform in life, that happiness didn't have to do with his happiness, that simply observing someone else's happiness could translate into his happiness. So as you take a moment and you read through some of those gratitudes, enjoy them. Channel Donnie Martini and find your happiness in others' happiness. All right. 5 gratitudes. First 5. Your second 5 goals. Okay? Now, here's the deal about these 5 goals. Okay? Here's the deal about these 5 goals. 5 goals, 5 things that you will do today that will allow you to have lived a day in the life of the person, the leader, the father, the husband, the wife, the daughter, whatever it is. 5 goals that you could achieve today, that would allow you to reflect on the day and say, I lived a day in the life of the person I aspire to be. This isn't a to-do list. Now, there's some exceptions of how it becomes a to-do list. It becomes a to-do list when there's something that you've been putting off for a long time that you know you should be getting done. Like that doctor's appointment you've been afraid to make, or calling up a sibling or a parent or a child that maybe you haven't talked to in too long. Then it can become a to-do list when you're really willing to confront something that you've been putting off that's keeping you from being the person you aspire to be. But I'm going to share this with you because it's really interesting. Like, this is just how it's formed for me over the years. But this is my 5 today. The first one is to drink my water. Now, I know that might seem small and silly, but here's what I found. Everything from a nutritional standpoint for me starts with drinking water. When I'm drinking a gallon of water per day, I exercise more, I eat better, I get healthier, I start to get leaner, I drink less. At least I have to get through my water before I get started, right? These things change. And when I make the commitment and I actually do it, things change. So I put water on here. I've got jump rope on here because I need some cardio in my life. It's been easy to let some of these routines go. So I put jump rope in. Put stretching in because I'm doing some serious rehab to my hip right now. And so stretching is something I put off because it hurts and it's painful and it's uncomfortable. And so I don't do it. So I made a commitment today to do it. 10 minutes of meditation. This is another thing that I haven't been doing as much as I should and I need to be, right? Now, here's the deal. Out of all the things, all the studies, you can find a study that says drinking water is not good for you. You can find a study that says too much exercise is not good for you. You can find a study that says eating too much meat or dairy or whatever, is not good. You cannot find a study that says meditation is not good for you. There's not one negative side effect known for mindfulness or meditation. If you're at all interested in getting started on this, my strong recommendation is the Calm app, C-A-L-M. The Calm app is an amazing resource to guide beginners through meditations, and they're only 10 minutes, 15 minutes at a time. They're beautifully done, and they're very forgiving, and I think you'll discover that it's not as hard as you thought, because meditation isn't about quieting your mind. Headspace is also great, Barb. Good call. Good call. I personally like the Calm app. I especially like the Calm app because they're bedtime stories, and I fall asleep to them. And you could, again, judge away. They're lovely. Lovely. A lot of like British accents, Irish brogues, these guys reading to you, ladies reading to you. It's wonderful. All right. So, and then I said, I'm going to write someone an unexpected note of gratitude today. I don't know who yet. Someone that wouldn't expect gratitude from me, though. This isn't going to be an easy, this is going to be one where I need to stretch. Okay. That's the plan. I need to stretch. And then I'm going to give something away. I'm going to find someone and I'm going to give them something valuable. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's somebody homeless. I'm going to give them something of meaning. I don't know if it's somebody just in my life and I'm going to give them something that's valuable to, these are my commitments, right? Reticular activating system. I'm going to figure it out. These are 5 goals for today to live a day in the life of the man that I aspire to be. Take a moment right now and identify, what are your 5? We'll get a little music. Yeah. All right. Beautiful. Thank you so much. All right. And go ahead and keep entering. Yes. Karen, call your brother. I love it. Tell him we said hi. All right. And this is so important, right? It's so critical that we go out of the way. Yeah. Jim, fabulous. Right. Just the ancient wisdom that's collected in there, right? So many stories. So really, really well done. So 5 things today. Now, here's the final 20, and then I'm gonna hit this really fast, and here's what's gonna happen. You're 20 plus 1, so you got 5 gratitudes, 5 goals, and then 20 plus 1. 20 plus 1 stands for 20 reps of an exercise, 20 repetitions, 20 jumping jacks, 20 squats, 20 push-ups. And the plus 1 was born when my best friend, a recon Marine, I was telling him about this morning routine, and I was saying how I did 20 diamond push-ups every day, and he said to me, "Yeah, you should do more than that." And I was like, "Thanks, dude." And so I started adding 1 every day. And what took place over that stretch of time were countless examples. Now, here's the deal. All right, stand up. We're doing 20. We're doing them together, but here's how we're going to do it. Right now in the background, predictably, because it's the first Wednesday of the month, are you guys starting to hear this? That is our tornado siren. And when we planned this, and I realized this was going to happen, I thought, what more perfect than a siren it's like the soundtrack of 2020 at this point. Like, how perfect is this, that this is going to happen in the middle of this talk? So look, I want you to stand up. Go ahead and stand up. We did our 5 gratitudes. We did our 5 goals. We're going to do our 20 of whatever, or until this siren is over, whichever comes first. Jumping jacks, squats, stretches, whatever. I am going to go do my push-ups right over here. I give you my word. You have my absolute word. I'm doing mine. You do yours. Let's get some music going while we do it. Yes. Well done. Well done. Here we go again. All right, so here's the deal. 20 reps, okay? And then start to play a game. Now, I don't care if you do 20. If 20 is too many, do 5. If 5 is too many, do 1, and know that it's 1 more than you tried to do yesterday, right? And just, that's what this is all about. It's about waking up with the intentionality. And when I started adding the 1 per day, what started happening next was that every single day began with an achievement. Every single day began with an achievement. Now, I don't care how long you do it. Maybe you just do it up to 30 and then start a different exercise and do it that way. But here's what the +1 is about. It's about knowing you always have 1 more in you. You always have 1 more in you. And so when you get to whatever your max is, 1 more. And I want you to dedicate it to the man or woman that you're fighting to become, whatever the cause is that you're fighting for or against. And just dedicate that 1 more and know that every day you begin with an achievement. And you know the power of exercise. And by the way, I saw Tanya Vandermoon out there. You made a commitment to moving today, and look at how quickly we checked that off your list. So that was perfect. That was one of Tanya's goals. She was going to get out for a walk. We got moving right here, right now. Now, here's an honest question for you. Those of you who just did 20 reps or did some sort of exercise, do you have, give me an up or a down? Do you have more or less? Do you feel more or less energetic right now? More or less, right? I want you to get that. See, we are always seeking outside of us for that which we feel we are lacking. We seek happiness outside of us. We seek energy outside of us. We seek positivity outside of us. And what I want you to see is it was in you the whole time. So how do you gain more energy? Create it. You give it. How do you gain more happiness? You give it. How do you gain more positivity? You give it. The abundance mindset says that we create and then we have abundance. In the scarcity mindset, we're seeking and it's always lacking. This is the art and the science that brings us to peak performance, that brings us to resilience, that brings us to happiness and fulfillment. And remember, this isn't positive thinking, this is powerful thinking. Make that distinction for yourself, especially those of you who are too tough for positive thinking. All right, this is powerful thinking. It's about being effective. It's about being extraordinary. And you think about the work that you do and you think about your team members, and they deserve that from you. Now, in total, this morning routine, what are we talking? I mean, if we actually break that down, no more than 5 minutes, agreed? To write down 5 gratitudes, write down 5 goals, and knock off 20-something reps. No more than 5 minutes. So there's nobody, look, I'm just gonna say this. If you don't think you have time for that, if you don't have 5 minutes, you don't have a life. You need to make some adjustments. Because to take 5 minutes to be grateful, to set goals, and to move your body, these are non-negotiables. We must do this as human beings. Agreed? So we got to make some adjustments, make some changes. If we can't find that 5 minutes, we got to figure it out. Okay? Because now the day is just happening to you otherwise. And I don't know if you've noticed this, but work from home, COVID, the break of traditional routines, all of it, the day started happening to me, man. It started happening to me. I started losing control of my routines, my commitments, my health. Man, I saw a meme yesterday that said I got into and out of shape during the quarantine. Like that's how long this thing's gone on now. Like I've had multiple phases of my physical state throughout this. This is the deal, and it's not going anywhere. Right? And I'm looking back at it, I know for a fact that, you know, any time that we've spent waiting for things to change is time wasted. Things to go back to normal is time wasted. Right? It's loving what is. Great book, by the way, Byron Katie, Loving What Is. If you've never read it, extraordinary book. Extraordinary book about your new relationship with reality. All right, which brings us to this final tool. But before we do that, I want to ask for 2 things. One, how many of you, and I'm going to ask you to keep your hands up, give a thumbs up, whatever. How many of you will commit to 7 days of that morning routine? 7 days of doing that morning routine. Going forward, love it. Oh, I love the thumbs up on there. Good, good. Keep them up, keep them up, keep them up. Oh, I see this. Absolutely fabulous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So I have gotten more feedback on this in my entire career and the impact that it has had. People who have shared it with brothers and sisters and children, that they do it together, that it's transformed their families, that it's transformed their health. I've watched people come to me 90 pounds lighter a year after I had seen them, telling me that it was this that started it for them. And again, this was a gift to me. This was given to me. I used it. It transformed my life, and I shared it. And I share it with you. All right. Final piece. Prior to this meeting, I'm going to ask you to just write down an honest assessment prior to when we started today. Okay. So prior to any of this powerful thinking stuff, prior to sharing, I want you to just write an honest assessment of how you were characterizing the events of the year 2020. Just to be honest, don't look good. In fact, get ugly right now. In the truest sense, the most honest sense, how are you? Yes, thank you, Scott. It sucks. Keep going. What else? Dumpster fire. I love that term. Challenging and tiring. Crap. This is, yes, thank you. Thank you. This is good. Keep them coming. This is perfect. And I think we need to, yes, sucks. I'm so grateful. Good. Fair enough, Deborah. Hopeless. Good one. Oh my God. Thank you for that. That's so real, so raw, so honest. I love that. All right. Can we reset? Can we skip it? Anxious. Yes, Holly. Fair. Disastrous. Uncertainty. Let's get it over with. It's so true. I'm so with you. All right. So your last tool, your final tool. I made a promise to you that before we were done, I was going to leave you with tools that would transform your moments, transform your mornings, your months, potentially your life, and that I would even leave you with a tool that would transform 2020 to the greatest thing that ever happened to you. So here's the deal. On a sheet of paper, I'm going to ask you to draw 2 circles side by side, just like this. 2 circles side by side. All right. Above the left circle, I want you to write the word, oops, I screwed this up. I want you to write the word facts, F-A-C-T-S, facts. And above the right circle, I want you to write the word story. Like that. All right. These circles represent the human relationship to reality, to truth. And I'm going to show you how in a moment. Okay? So when you look back and you translate and you look at all of those statements about 2020, dumpster fire sucks, exhausting, when's it going to be over, all these different characterizations. Okay? All of those are stories. They're interpretations of the events that have taken place. But all reality is what happened, the facts. You guys with me? So here's what happens in human experience. There's the event that happens, the fact. The fact's the way a security camera on the wall would be able to record it, report it. Then there's the story that we interpret from those circumstances. This is what happened. This is what I made it mean. And what we do as human beings is collapse these two circles together and call it truth. They're the events that happen and the interpretation of those events. And we collapse them together and they become our truth. Now, here's what I want you to know. Human beings can handle anything that happens. It's the story that makes it oppressive. It's what we make it mean that overwhelms us. So right now, what I'm going to ask you to do is take a moment and I want you to identify what are the facts of 2020. They will have no judgment. They will have no opinion. They're just the facts. They're not good, they're not bad, they just are. What are the facts of 2020? Go ahead and start knocking them up into the chat and we'll play together. And be prepared, I might throw some of them out. We have a tendency to slip into story that we don't even realize. So I'll call you out, so just be prepared and it'll be an awesome learning opportunity. But what are the facts? Okay, hold on, time out. People losing jobs, bear with me. Even this is a story. So unemployment rate up to blank would be the fact, okay? So that's really important. I know that sounds, but it's critical, okay? Facts only. Yep, COVID-19 fact, global pandemic fact, travel restrictions fact, 180,000 people have died, fact. Cannot hug my friends, that's not a fact. That's not a fact. There are ways you could hug your friends. You're choosing not to hug your friends, correct? You hear me? This is important, people. This is critical. All right? You could. There's a risk that goes with it. You could quarantine for 14 days so you can hug each other. You could do that. Okay? Stock market indexes up. Yep, they're at just up from whatever, you know, whatever that means. Work from home. Yep, that's true. No vaccine is true. Pro sports postponed is true, right? That was by far the most devastating one to me. That's when I realized that it had really gotten real, was when they walked off the court and that Mavs game. I was like, what is happening? Toilet paper did become scarce. Okay, so these are the facts. Now, here's what I want you to see. Nothing about those facts is more than we can handle. They're just the facts. The fact is that it's September 2nd. Fact is that for, I think, anybody that's on this call, you have a job. Fact is, there's a global pandemic. Fact is, we don't know when it's going to end. Fact is, they're working on a vaccine. We don't know if it's going to be out or not, or when it's going to be out or not, if it's going to be safe or not. These are all the facts, right? As a camera on the wall would report it. Fact is, unemployment rate went up. Now, that translates into people lost jobs. I understand that, but you got to understand why it's so critical, because we have to look at the facts first before we can do what we're going to do next. Okay? In a moment, I'm going to ask you to write a new story. But this story must also be true. And now that you've got the facts of 2020, I would like you to take a moment and describe why, in fact, the events of 2020 are the best thing that's ever happened to you. And if we could put in the chat, let's get a little bit of that nice reflective music here to put people in the right state. Working from home. That's brought a lot of beautiful stuff with it. Allowed us to reflect on what's important. All right. And as you keep entering those and reading them, I'll ask you a simple question. There's that story, and there's the previous story. Dumpster fire, terrible, mayhem, all of these things. And then there's this story, learning to bake bread, family time, so on. Now, I have a question for you. You hold up your answer. Story number one, story number two. Which of those two stories is true? The negative one, the positive one, which one's true? One or two? One or two? Yeah, Holly, I like your answer. They're both true, aren't they? They're both true. So if they're both true, here's my recommendation. Choose the one that honors you and choose the one that serves you. Because our reality is, in fact, a choice. Our truth is a choice. There are the events that happen, then there's the interpretation of those events. We mash those together and call them truth. And so in a world in which you discover that you're in fact the author of your truth, if you don't like your truth, pick up a pen and rewrite it. because that is a power you possess. And it's in this way that you're more powerful than you could possibly know. Now, a commitment. Could we go ahead and pull up my contact slide, please, with my information? I want you to please capture my information here, okay? That number right there is my cell phone number that I am giving you. And my email and my website, by the way, new website coming within the next 30 days too. So tune back into keithmercurio.com when you get a chance. There's gonna be a lot more resources on there for you. The name of my group is the Ethical Influence Institute. And the work that we do is designed to create alignment and integrity to become the ultimate influencer you can. I work with leadership teams, we work with sales, and we've worked heavily now in the world of safety. The concept being that we transform from what to do to how to be. That if we can go from these are the things that we need to do as it relates to being safe to this is who we need to be in order to be safe, the things we need to do become natural. When safety becomes our identity rather than just a goal, everything transforms. I work with a few companies every year that I'm able to select. It's one of my great privileges in life. And I work with teams that are really high performing. And if you would love to reach out, we can set up for anybody in this audience with Campbell, my gift or commitment, whatever you want to call it, 30-minute coaching call. We can get on if there's something you want to troubleshoot together. This is the type of work that I do with leadership teams. Reach out to me, send me an email, shoot me a text. Let me know what your big takeaways from this presentation were, from this time together, or ways that I might be able to serve you, further questions you might have, or let's set up a 30-minute. How many of you will commit to just reaching out to me in some form or another to just share or request or seek or whatever you guys want? Just give me that commitment. I love it. Absolutely love it. All right. And so thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm in tremendous gratitude to you. And our timing is impeccable. As we come to an end here, I want to share one last thought with you. As human beings, our language, right? We are walking around the world and we are just a giant label maker, okay? And I went into this is funny, I went in to get my paper from the closet, my wife's closet, and I found an actual label maker. I didn't even know we had that. Now, I will just say this. We'll come back to this in a second. So you're a giant label maker, okay? And what that means is you see something, and in order to give it meaning, you name it. And the minute you name something, label it, you give it a job to do, right? So right over here, I have a door, right? Now, the minute I call it a door, what does its job become? Its job becomes to open and close, right? So I've called it something, it now has a job to do. Now, what happens when that door stops opening and closing? What does it become? What kind of a door does it become? Obstacle, good. Popular answer, a wall. Problem. Yeah, very good. Useless, very good. Barrier. And I'm going to throw one more out there. It becomes broken. The moment something doesn't do the thing it's supposed to do, it becomes broken. And who decided what it was supposed to do? We did, the moment that we labeled it. And I want you to see that we do this in life. We've done it to the year 2020. 2020 is broken. It was supposed to be this for me, now it's this for me. Says who? Says you. We do this to ourselves in how we are willing to speak about ourselves. And we do this to others. So the minute you label someone or something as wrong, broken, weak, a problem, a disappointment, you've given them a job to do. And you've now charged your reticular activating system to find evidence to support the truth of that label. And so I share this with you and I ask this of you. As you move forward, realize that you are the author of your reality. You are the label maker to all that you experience. And in choosing the label that you're going to apply, just ask yourself these questions. Does it honor And does it serve? And if not, have the courage to remove the label you placed there and author a new one. With that said, I picked this up today and it has the words cowboy magic listed on it. And so either I or someone else has a new job to do based on my wife's current label maker. And I have no idea what that's going to look like. Supposedly she's claiming it's some sort of hair tag detangling product. Very suspicious stuff. What an absolute privilege and honor to work with you. And as we come to a close, I just have to say this. Thank you deeply to Magali and Catherine Mendoza and Katie Nee and Todd Thompson and Lorraine and Mike Hamburger, Lorraine Martin, who invited me, Miles and Damon. You guys are as classy a group of production team anywhere, any organization. This was seamless. It was gorgeous. You worked so hard to fit in the music and the weirdness and having a different version. That was freaking people out when I told them how we were going to do this and it wasn't going to be a PowerPoint. And God bless you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Till next time. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Keith. You know, I have to say, I think that is the fourth presentation that I've been a part of coming from you. And I will say every single time I have different notes, I have different takeaways, and today did not, for me, disappoint. So thank you very much again. I would love to give you a virtual round of applause. But yeah, we couldn't be happier with you continuing to support the Institute through providing presentations for us and our members. So before we sign off today, I am very happy to introduce one final person to our virtual stage here to provide some closing comments. And that person is Michelle Garner-Jana. Michelle is the Executive Director for Corporate Health, Safety, and Environment for Cummins. She is an accomplished business executive with 25+ years of experience leading HSE, manufacturing, engineering, and maintenance functions. Michelle is also a board member of the National Safety Council, and we're very happy that she is the chair of the Campbell Institute. Michelle? Michelle, it looks like you're muted.
Yep, that always helps to be.
There you go.
Okay, you can hear me now? Okay, good. Thank you, Catherine. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who's participating. You guys have done such a good job engaging within the presentations, such as with Keith's, as well as in the breakout sessions. And I just think it's been a really great event, and you guys have helped to make it that way. This has been a really unique experience, right? Normally we're used to having these events in person and being able to have some of that face-to-face interaction. So I think this non-traditional way of having a virtual event has been a pleasant surprise. It's been really active and engaging, and again, thanks to you guys and your input and feedback and really being part of the process, you've made it a valuable experience. So I really hope that you guys have all had something as a takeaway, or several things as a takeaway today, and that you've learned something that you can take back to your organizations. I had a former boss who happened to be my best manager, and he had 65 work rules, only 65. And number 7 of those 65 was that sharing best practices is good, but implementing them is better. Steal shamelessly. So I really encourage you to steal shamelessly from everything that you learned today and take it back to your organizations to make improvements and implement actions soon. For me, based on my experience today, I had takeaways from every single session, literally. But if I hone it down to one nugget that I'll probably work on really quickly, it was the contact tracing presentation. I thought that was really of great benefit, and the information from the breakout sessions was fantastic. And I think it goes to show that so many organizations are at different levels in the process, and no matter where you are, there's likely an opportunity to continue to learn and consider newer or better technologies moving forward. So our presenters have just done a fantastic job today. And again, so many takeaways. And this morning, Lorraine referenced a quote from Maya Angelou. And it was, do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. And I think that's so true and so applicable with things going on today, whether it's COVID, the social injustice issues, or even within the HSC function for systems and new technology, et cetera. And I really think this exchange event allows us to have that opportunity to learn, right, and to know and to do better across so many different areas of EHS. So as Catherine mentioned at the beginning of the day, you all should have received or will be receiving a gift box from the Campbell Institute. And it included a few mementos and some fun stuff that hopefully you're using today. And one of those things was actually a deck of cards. While we hope you have an entertaining time with these cards and you use them for games and possibly with your family, et cetera, it's really also there to remind you that life is not just a matter of holding good cards, but of playing a poor hand well. So let's think about that, right? It's not a matter of holding good cards, but of playing a poor hand well. So after Keith's presentation, I won't say that what we're experiencing today, globally is a poor hand. It's maybe not the best hand, right? But I think we can probably all agree that 2020 has lent itself to, again, maybe not the best hand that we've ever had. And I think that as we come together in events like this and we lean on each other, that we can all play a poor hand well and continue to save lives in spite of a global pandemic. So we will all persevere because together we are stronger. I want to thank you guys again for joining us, and I look forward to more conversations coming soon. And please stay healthy and stay safe. Thank you.